Hello, hello, my name is Michael, and this is D.W. Bradley's Dungeon Lords. David W. Bradley is the creator of Wizardry 6 and 7, and my personal choice for one of the greatest video game developers of all time. Wizardry 7 is my favorite DOS RPG. I made a review of it a while ago. I'm currently working on a review of Wizardry 6, and until recently I had never actually played Dungeon Lords. This is one of the last games that D.W. Bradley had ever made. He'd been working in the game industry since the 1980s, when he started working on Wizardry 5, and he didn't do everything for Wizardry 5, but he did part of it. But he really made his mark with Wizardry 6 and 7, which are just two absolutely incredible, RPG games. And, I'm about to die. Ouchie. And, so it's kind of unusual for me to think of D.W. Bradley and a game made in the 2000s, because he just feels like he's from a completely different time frame, you know? He just feels like he's from... he doesn't seem like a game that could have been released a few years before Oblivion, you know? But he actually worked on a couple of very interesting video games that were not wizardry related, like Cybermage, Darklight Awakening, which was a fascinating ow. Okay, I'm gonna have to reload this. It's hard to concentrate and talk about the history of D.W. Bradley at the same time, but Dungeon Lords kind of marked the era of his departure from the video game world. Now he no longer makes video games, he does his own. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing now, but he's not making video games anymore. But this game is made by his company, Heuristic Park, which also produced Wizards and Warriors, another game that I did a review of. And it's actually made in the Wizards and Warriors engine, which is very peculiar because Wizards and Warriors was a blobber RPG. You know, like a first-person wizardry or might and magic type mummies. And this game, as you can tell, is a third-person action RPG. So it's clearly a very different experience. But D.W. Bradley was an amazing programmer. He was truly incredible, so it's not surprising that he was able to make something so different with that engine. And I believe he did most of the work programming and designing the Wizards and Warriors engine. Although I might be mistaken about that. But I'd heard about this game for a long time, for many years, because of my interest in Bradley's work, but I never really decided to play it, because I'd always heard terrible, terrible things about it, that the game was awful, and, you know, it was just, it did very poorly when it was released, unfortunately, and admittedly it was released with a number of bugs and other issues like that, which gamers, we all know they just love to talk, they love to feel good about themselves by talking about bugs in games. You know, they love to take the work of someone who's an amazing programmer and just talk about how lame and pathetic it is that they have so many bugs in the game. But making video games is very, very hard. There's bound to be some bugs in the game. Admittedly, when this was released, there were quite a few issues with it. You know, I mean, just saying that there were bugs is maybe underselling it a little bit, because there were like features that were supposed to be in the game, like an auto map that you can see in the bottom left there that actually wasn't in the game. Weirdly, which was, you know, very peculiar that they would claim that there was going to be an auto map, but it didn't actually end up being there. Oh god, this is awful. I want to try to just run in and attack these guys, but they can actually paralyze you, which is really... I mean, it's something that even to the end of the game, you can't really... There's not a good way to deal with it. There is a spell you can get later on that allows you to deal with paralysis, but you see right there, I couldn't move there because of the paralysis. But that spell, you can't, like, spam the spell. You have to, like, wait for it to recharge over time. I'm going to get into the magic system eventually. But, Yeah, but I never tried out this game until a few excuse me a few weeks ago, where I finally decided to sit down and play it, and it ended up being excellent. I really really liked it. You know, admittedly, because I'm buying it years later, I didn't pay full price for it. So, you know, it's not like I was spending a full amount of game. That can always, I think, cause people to be a little bit more brutal towards a game than otherwise they would. If they spent a lot of money on it, they have this big expectation that they're going to get a lot out of it. And if it's even one whit under their expectations, which are usually sky high, they're going to find things to hate about it. But you know, I ended up enjoying it. I think it was a fun action RPG with sort of some Diablo-ish looter type elements to it, because you're always getting tons and tons of stuff from the enemies that you drop. Um, the game has its kind of its own interesting little energy. It was a fun experience. I wasn't looking, you know, maybe because I wasn't looking for like an epic masterpiece. I wasn't disappointed. I was looking through this thread from around the time that this game was released, and people were just furious at this game, putting it down to no end, which was to me ridiculous. It just seemed, oh my god, paralyzed again. It just seemed amazing. And you know what D.W. Bradley has kind of done here amazingly is he's translated an old-fashioned wizardry-esque RPG into a more modern third-person RPG, which is bizarre to think about because, you know, that really wasn't done. When the games went into the third-person action mode, like with Arena and Daggerfall, they played very differently. They didn't give the feel of the old games in terms of combat, but this game definitely has it, you know, because enemies, unlike, say, an Elder Scrolls game where the enemies are placed somewhere on a map usually, if you're going into a dungeon, enemies in this game will actually spawn in randomly, just like you would have with a turn-based RPG, just like if you were playing a JRPG or an old wizardry game. So you'd be walking around the dungeon, and enemies will just teleport in behind you. And that's definitely a choice they made, it's definitely an interesting choice, because it's very peculiar that they did that. I'm going to try to open this chest right here. I'm going to use some lockpicks. I do really like the unlocking mechanic for the disarm trap mechanic here. When you hit disarm, you have to click these two buttons in the order that they appear up here. So I would have to click the second button first and then the first button. And your skill with traps determines how fast the bar moves, and also how much of the bar you can see at the start. Let me just start here. Let me just show you my character here. This is Corvus, a human male. He's a fighter. We're pretty early into the game. This isn't the absolute beginning. It's a couple of hours in. This is like the first official dungeon after the entrance, sort of the trainee dungeon that you go into. I'm going to be trying to make this character into a samurai, because you start out with 4 separate classes. Oh god, not more of these stupid mummies. I'm just going to try to run past them. I guess you can kind of run past enemies sometimes, but depending on how fast the enemies are and where you are in the world, they can run after you and try to kill you. But you start as the 4 base classes. You know, the standard basic D&D classes: fighter, mage, priest, called adept here, and thief. And then you can advance them into better classes later on. So there's a bunch of different types of classes that you can go for. Like there's a samurai, there's a monk, there's a ninja, there's various types of magic in the game, there's a paladin. That's what I did in my first playthrough, is play as a paladin. Okay, Gaze of Death. My skill here determines this bar here. This is randomized each time you play, so you can't memorize where everything is. And part of my skill determines whether this is a blank, whether this is black at the beginning and only fades into light as you do it, or whether you can actually see what's going on here. But I think I'm going to go, 2-1. Okay. I think if you fail to solve a chest, it actually causes enemies to spawn in automatically, or at least that's happened to me sometimes. And that's been a little bit of extra punishment if you fail to open up a chest. Oh no, oh crap. Oh boy, oh rats. Oh god, that's a lot of rats. Okay, come on. Dear God, that's a lot of rats. Come on. These rats can be very dangerous because there's so many of them. Oh my god. Now, you see here, I just pulled up the menu. One of the game's big, one of their little gimmicks here is that when you pull up the menu to do something, the game pauses. So you can see I can equip things, I can do magic, that's how you start the magic spells, and I can use a potion here, which I am, and then the game goes back into normal mode. That definitely can have an issue later on in the game, because when you pause it, the enemies will actually continue doing whatever action they were doing right as you paused it. So even though it seems like, okay, the game is completely paused, any spell that was launched against you will still continue to damage you. It's not like the damage will stop, it's just that the enemies will freeze in place. Okay. I think we do need to fall down there, if I remember correctly, to get to this, to get to the end of this area. But the class adjustment in the game was amazing, and it always was in Wizardry, and D.W. Bradley, of course, did a lot of the class changes that made the already great Wizardry games into the even more amazing Wizardry 6 and 7 system. So you can go into a bunch of different types later on, and you have to do class advancement quests. Oh boy. Skeletons. Oh my goodness. Class advancement quests that you had to do, like in Wizards and Warriors. I think they actually use some of the same sound effects from Wizards and Warriors too, like this heal spell. Celestial is kind of like divine magic, and there's a bunch of spells here, and you can see I can use my Crystal of Healing to get a little health back. But when I go back into here, the Crystal of Healing, it says mana 3 out of 100, 4 out of 100, 5 out of 100. And this gradually refills through your mana pool over time. So it's sort of like ready to go at any given point. If you have full mana, then it's already stuck into it. But you have to wait for it to slowly recharge. And if you play as a paladin, as I was doing, or you play as just a straight cleric, you can actually eventually get a skill later on in the game when you advance your class that increases, oh boy, goblins, the speed, oh boy, at which you recover your celestial magic. Amazingly, there are multiple different types of magic in the game, and let's see, do I have the ability? No, I don't. Do I have anything? I have some scrolls here. Ooh, summon undead, there we go. And it looks like I did not summon them for some reason. That was weird. I don't know why that is. Did I get, like, interrupted when I was doing it, maybe? I thought it would just happen automatically. But a problem that we have here with, as you can probably notice, with the fact that enemies will, like, spawn in randomly, this doesn't... Oh, wait, no. I think some of them are friends, actually. Okay. I just didn't... They looked identical to the ones I was fighting now. Is that if you're running around fighting an enemy, you can have other groups of enemies randomly spawn in as you're fighting these guys, which is a big hassle. It's not as much of an issue later on in the game when you're much more powerful, but as you're starting the game, it can be a real challenge to avoid dying, because you're engaged in this long, protracted combat that's going to take a long while to kill all these enemies and whittle down their health. But you're running into new enemies as you go, and it just becomes very, very frustrating. Something that the game did a very good job of, though, is the amount of health potions in the game. determining how to do healing correctly in an RPG is often very puzzling, and there are a lot of different attitudes about it and how you should do it. And for instance, in the Souls game, they've had a bunch of different systems, like in Elden Ring. Was that? Oh my god. Don't think I'm going to go down there right now. They had the limited style of health regen with the Estus Flask, where you can eventually get up to 12, I think, in Dark Souls 3, and I forget how many you get in Elden Ring. See, this one, I can't even open it, because you see, I can't even see where all the things are. I would have to level up my my character in order to do that. I love to open these sarcophagus here, these coffins here. I think there's another one of those giant headless guys with the axes up here, so I'm going to have to try to figure out if I can cheese him somehow. Okay. And in that room, we can actually see the horn. That's the artifact that we're trying to get in this room, in this dungeon, I mean. And we're not going to go to that... well, let's see. I think the face... We need a magic word. Who knows the magic word? The Guardian of the Tomb. Okay. We have to go find him. I think it's like a giant wolf creature. No, or is it undead? I don't remember. But whatever. But this game, you get health potions that drop all the time. So even if you don't have healing magic, so you already have 34 health potions here, or even 8 greater health potions. So they drop from enemies all the time, and you can eventually go and buy them from your from apothecaries in town areas. Let's just head over here. Go this way. There is definitely a vague Dark Soulsian kind of feel to this. This was made 4 years before Demon Souls, and so there's kind of a little bit of a feel there because of the difficulty and the fact that it's an action RPG game, but it's only a very faint trace of it, like a note or a hint that you can get of what's going on. It's not exactly like it. Tragically, your equipment, as you can see here, it's sort of turning red. Your armor, but not your weapons, your armor does eventually break down and you have to repair it. And when I was first playing this game, I noticed that suddenly I was running around without pants on because my pants had broken in the middle of combat and I was running around that way. So you do have to be aware of that. Although I found out that for some reason or another later on in the game, heavy armor barely ever breaks at all. So if you have plate mail, it's not going to matter in the slightest because it's simply not going to break down, or virtually it breaks down so slowly it's never become an issue. So, kind of unfair for the people that go with light armor, but whatever. And some enemies you may have seen spawn behind me there, which is definitely a nuisance. Oh, they're mummies too. Oh my god, this takes so long because I can't get in there and attack because they're going to paralyze me. So I have to be very, very careful. I didn't really use much ranged combat in the previous game. You can switch between this and a ranged weapon by hitting the Q button. But the ranged attacks seem massively underpowered against certain enemies because you can see these guys have shields, and that causes you to take no damage. And there's no stamina system, as far as I'm aware, about in the game, so you don't really need to worry about your stamina going away. They can just sit there forever. And if they have spells, they can also instantly transfer between the shield and the spell, and it's just instantaneous. So, geez, I'm doing like almost no damage to these guys. I'll show you the leveling up system later when I'm not currently being attacked by tomb mummies. These guys take so much damage, jeez. Okay. I think when I first played this game and came down here, I was much higher level because I was, still figuring out the game, and it took me a lot longer to get here, so I had a lot more levels under my belt, or a lot more experience, I should say. The experience in this game works a little bit like if you've ever played Zelda 2 on the NES. I'll show you the leveling section. And you constantly are gaining experience points, and you can spend them at any time you want in this section. So you can just go here and, just start spend them however you feel like as you go along. And you can just level up your stats over here. And it says that I'm level 5. I think I was like level 15 or something. I don't exactly know what causes you, for goodness sake, to level up, because you're constantly gaining experience. I don't know what threshold you cross to officially seem like you've gained a level or what that means exactly. Because it's confusing to know exactly what they're talking about when they say they've gained a level, because it just feels like, well, I gained a bunch of experience. What causes it to cross the threshold to a level? But whatever. I think these skeletons do look pretty cool. I'm kind of bored by the just the standard bone white Halloween store prop skeletons that were actually in a bunch of the Souls games. But these guys have like tattered remains of clothing on them. I think that looks pretty cool. These guys all drop weapons and armor, or in shields, but I think that they're really crummy, rusted shields and weapons, so they're not really worth very much. There doesn't seem to be a limit to how much you can carry in the game, which, reminds me of like the looter stabber maybe elements of the game or something, because you can just get a gigantic pile of junk over time and end up with just a huge quantity of it. Okay, let's see if we can go down here. The fact that enemies constantly are spawning in... is this... I feel like this isn't the right area. I hate these bats, by the way, because they're hard to hit. There are aerial enemies, and they're a lot harder to strike. Even when you use the ranged weapons, it seems kind of hard for them to hit you, to be honest. Come on. The bats do seem to run away a little bit. Most enemies don't do that, and they just chase after you. Okay. For some reason or another, you can see here light weapons, medium weapons, light armor, medium armor. For some crazy reason, they decided to do this. But in order to level up the medium weapons or the medium armor, you need to have the corresponding weapons level in light armor. So for instance, in the Elder Scrolls, you can just go all light armor and not care about heavy armor at all. But in this game, you have to have 4 light weapons in order to get 4 medium weapons. So you constantly have to level up the lesser ones in order to get the higher ones, which is maybe like meant to prevent you from just becoming overpowered by forcing you to have spend even more experience points early on. But I don't know. It's very weird, and I don't like how it works. Oh, okay. Actually, maybe I don't need to... Oh, God, rats. Maybe I didn't need to go over here. Maybe I did need to go down that hole. Okay. So... we need to find the keeper of the tomb. So let's see if he's down here in that pit I didn't want to go into. For some reason or another, by the way, you see, even when you bring out the bow, you still have your shield equipped, and you can still block with it, which is very odd. Unfortunately, the shield tends to be very underused in this game, compared to, say, Demon's Souls, which revolutionized how blocking it works by, adapting the Ocarina of Time system to a more modern style, and just sort of revolutionized how combat worked in games. But this game is still fairly basic. Most of the time, it is handy to be able to pause the game anytime you want, but according to what some people said, they claimed that if you just keep it on that pause, you will somehow have enemies continue to spawn in as if you were playing the game, even while it's paused like that. And I don't know if that happens, because I don't know if I particularly witnessed it, but I've paused it to like go to the bathroom or something, but I've never really like paused it for hours and hours to see if they will just continually spawn in throughout the dungeon. Hopefully that was removed in some kind of patch. Ooh, these mummies don't seem to have the same amount of health as the tomb mummies. That's nice. An undead mummy. Isn't that like saying like an undead skeleton? It's like, well, we know they're undead. But the shield tends to be very underutilized, unfortunately. Most of the time, it's just like a button mashy kind of thing where you just run up and fight people. You're not really sitting there thinking about, should I try to get the... I kind of want to get my trap skill up a bit, but I don't know if I have enough advancement points right now. So, like I see I can block here, and I think it does block 100% of damage, but this enemy is going to go around to the other side. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to hit me. So I can do that, but there's not necessarily a lot of purpose to doing that with like 90% of enemies. There is a purpose to do it with those enemies that I was fighting earlier, that giant headless guy. That is actually, it's worthwhile there to sort of go with the attack block because of how dangerous he is. But most enemies you just want to spray away with attacks. Another way that this game is light... Oh, I think that's the tomb guardian. I thought he was in there. Another way that this game is like those old wizardry games is that... Oh, yep, there he is. Crap. Oh, it's a big boy. That's a big boy. He does a lot of damage. Ow. Oh my god. Oh, come on. Those ghosts are super dangerous because I think they can freeze you. You see, and I'm trying to fight a boss here, but then a ton of enemies spawn behind me. I can barely take these enemies normally. But luckily I can reload and hope that they don't spawn in. But if they already did spawn in, it's not that much of an issue. I can't really do anything. Okay, let's see. Potion of Power. Okay, Summon Undead. And I'll take a Potion of Power. See if that does anything for me. Come on. I think that these monsters here actually... Tell me if you think they look like those dog creatures from... oh, what's it called? Ghostbusters. That Tully and the lady turned into. I'm so glad I had that Summon Undead scroll. I would have been killed without that. That smoke over there, by the way, that actually causes you to choke. Like, it is like stinking cloud. Okay, there we go. I have the thing. Espiritus Calderi. There we go. Doesn't everyone love smashing boxes in these games? Okay. Can I? Nope. Not even going to try that. It says, by the way, here that you can bash things. No idea how that works. Maybe it says in the manual, but when I tried to bash it, the track just went off and it hit me. So I have no idea. Okay, I think this is 2-1. You can specialize in various... oh my god, the skeleton's dead. You can specialize in various types of skills, when you class change. You can be like a paladin or a ranger if you want to do archery, for instance. But for the most part, it's a little Elder Scrollsy in that you can just choose to do a ton of different stuff. So you can have... you can... What's the opposite of specialize? Generalize. You can be a fighter who's also good at using disarming traps, but also has a little bit of magic. So you can mix it up like that. So that's very, very useful. Oh, whoa! Thieves! What are you doing in here? Okay. Okay. There we go. And there we go. That's it. You notice this little Jingasa type samurai hat that I have on? It's called a kasa. And D.W. Bradley, quite famously, was a major weeb back in the day. You know, I think he lives in Japan now. He took the ultimate weeb step of moving to Japan and living there full time. And that's the dream. I obviously can't do that because oh my god, that's gonna fall, isn't it? Because I have no idea how to speak other languages. When I reloaded the game, did this spawn back in? Yeah, I think it did. I think that spawned back in. That's weird. And we just picked up an item called Galdrin's Horn, and this is actually one of the 5 MacGuffins that we have to collect in order to stop the evil power. That's basically what we're doing here. We learn that there is an evil wizard who has summoned a demon, and he's trying to connect the realms of demons into the realms of humanity, and we have to stop him to do that by collecting these 5 relics in order to end the go to hell and kill the demon. Oh boy. And, of course, it hardly even needs to be said because this is a D.W. Bradley game, but just like Wizardry 6 and 7, there's basically no safe area. It's not like you go to town and you're not going to run into random encounters. There are still random encounters spawning throughout every town. I think that inside certain shops, they don't spawn. Like, this is the temple that we're going to here. Temple of the Circene. Good to see you again, my brother. Okay, Celestine says it is important for you to meet with her at once. Something new has been revealed within the stars. Okay. Follow me to see the Celestine. Okay, go. Come on. Let's move it. Thank you. There she is. All right, there we go. We got some experience. Seer Augustus believed rightly about you, for only the one of the sign could have recovered the relic of power. I can tell you nothing of the nature of the relic other than that it may be used for great good or great evil. Therefore haste to Mage Alistair, who resides here in Fargrove, for this is a matter requiring his contemplation. Beware, the evil one will know that the relic has been found and will soon come to seek you out. Okay, I think I know where Mage Alistair is. Ooh, we can open these. I did not know that. Like in a JRPG, I think people don't care if you just rob them in their homes. Got some mushrooms here. And 2-1, I think. There we go. And while I'm hopefully free of random encounters, I'll just take a moment to show you there's different types of magic. There's arcane magic, which is basically just like your standard, your standard wizard magic. There is celestial and divine magic I was talking about before. There is a nether magic, which involves using alchemy reagents in order to summon different creatures here. Okay, so in order to use summon rats, you need a rat tail and bone dust mix. There we go. So I have now 2 charges of this to use. That's nice. Rune magic, I think you need a certain set of runes, and once you have that set, you can cast the spell. But I didn't really mess around too much with it. I think I'll just pop over to the alchemist. Well, they call them apothecaries, but for some reason they don't call them alchemy reagents, which is like the standard word. They made up a word called nether catal in order to describe it, which, I think D.W. Bradley likes doing that. Instead of saying critical strike, he'll say Kurijutsu instead of hiding ninjutsu. Okay. Welcome to the Apothecary. Okay, what do you have? Okay, so we can buy a bunch of heal potions if we need them. I don't think we do. And for some reason or another, you can identify items and repair items literally anywhere at anyone, no matter what it is that they do. You can go there and repair stuff. You can go there and identify items. It's all good. You don't have to worry about, like, oh, I'm a blacksmith. I don't deal with magic. For some reason, basic items, when you go to identify them, they don't cost anything. See, price 0 in order to identify. So I don't know why that is. I assume that maybe it was because if it's a basic, it's an item that you've identified before, then you don't need to do it again, but that's not it. You have to identify the same thing multiple times if it's a different type. I'm not 100% sure why that is. It's very odd. But now may be a good time to mention that there are actually several versions of Dungeon Lords. There is the regular version that was originally released back in 2005. There's the collector's edition that was released a couple of years later that added a bunch of things that were, supposed to be in the game initially, but were not added in, unfortunately. And then there's the 2012 Steam re-release version of the game. And, hopefully that if you go to get the game, and I would recommend that you try this out if you like action RPGs, on things like eBay, it's not really all that expensive to get the collector's edition. At least it wasn't when I went to get it. Let's see, Rusted Broadsword, Rusted Axe. But the collector's edition is pretty fun. The Steam edition I do not have and have not played, but weirdly enough, it was not just released on Steam like you might expect. It was released in a very altered form, where they changed a bunch of things about the classes and leveling on the Steam edition, which is bizarre that they would do that. I have no idea who thought that was a good idea. If D.W. Bradley was just continuously upset with how the game functioned and he wanted to change. Oh, should I hang? No. I'll sell these plate gauntlets. I don't really need that. Studded boots, leather boots. And so if anyone has played the Steam version, let me know about that, because I have not messed around with that version at all. But apparently it's completely, not completely different. It's basically the same game. It's just the classing and the classes and the leveling, I think, are what's different. But why they would do that is so bizarre. They say that a work of art is never completed, it's just abandoned. And maybe D.W. Bradley was just like, he didn't understand that you have to let go of a game at a certain point and just let it exist, But I don't know, maybe he can't be satisfied with that because he's a perfectionist. Whoops, I did not mean to attack there. That was odd. Okay. I think I sold my hat accidentally. That was not intentional. Leather belt, soldier's belt. Okay, I'll sell the leather belt and the shield. Where's that shield? Leather belt, grim shield. Okay, there we go. Doing pretty good here. So now I think, I love the jumping animation where he's doing his hand here. He looks so silly. Okie dokie. I think you can actually do a number of different, class quests, just for the experience, even if you don't intend to level up as that class, I think. Okay, whoa. And there are guards, at least in town, that will sometimes come and help you. Thank you, sir. They have capes, and I can't help but notice that we cannot have capes in the game. This may seem like a minor point, but I'm upset about that. I want capes. I want lots of capes, as many capes as we can get, and, we just don't have them. So, there we go. Okay, I'm going to level this up. That would be a lot. That would be so much. I'm going to leave that for now. I do want to get more medium weapons. As you can see here, where it says under medium armor, penalty -5. That's basically a penalty to sort of like your THACO. You see in the down here where it says armor, parry, etc., where it says strike 21, that kind of functions like THACO, so it determines your ability to strike the enemy. trying to hit. So if I put on this armor, I'm much better protected, but I'll be much less likely to actually connect with the enemy. So I had on some medium armor before, but I took it off. So I'm still not exactly sure what honor does. It just says measure of your heroism and valor in combat. And you do need honor in order to upgrade to certain levels. Like if you want to be a paladin, you need a lot of honor. But I don't know if it has any practical effect on the game, which is very peculiar that they would include that. But you get so many advancement points eventually. You get like millions of them by the end of the game. It's not that big a deal. I think this is Alistair, presumably named after Alistair Crowley, the magician guy. I think this is where Alistair lives. That's also my favorite Ozzy Osbourne song, Mr. Crowley. Okay. You have found Galadrin's Horn. I found Galadrin's Horn. Portentous event indeed. Sign of great telling. Though Galadrin is lost to us, use his magic may still live within the horn. But before you undertake this journey, I need you to deliver my urgent letter to Lord Davonmore. Letter. Okay, take this letter bearing by seal to Lord Davonmore and bid him provide you aid in the request. To seek out Emmindor is only the secret of Galadrin's horn we have power to save his fair daughter. Okie dokie. I want to buy anything from you. Let's see if you have some summon undead. That can be useful. This is the mage guy. These are the rune stones. You have to collect the correct number of rune stones and the rune recipe that you have to use for it. Okay, I don't think there's anything over here. Now, the town gates are unfortunately sealed right now, so we have to go talk to the Lord Davonmore and he'll let us out. Okay. I do know that the guards, what they say to you changes based on how advanced you are in the quest, so eventually they'll say, like, we salute you, noble hero, or something like that, whereas now they're just like, get the hell out of my way. Okay, there's the inn. I don't think we need to go in there yet. Where was the... No, that's the monastery. Where's the garrison district where the castle is? Okay. Sewer rats. These are literally poop rats that were swimming in the sewer, and I'm fighting them. That's just lovely. One oddity I didn't mention about the potion healing system I mentioned before, it's that regular enemies, like humanoid enemies, they will drop tons of... Okay, that's not the way. They will drop potions usually when they die, so if you have to use a potion to kill an enemy, you get it back. But animals, naturally enough, do not tend to drop potions, so if you end up fighting a ton of animal enemies, you're not going to... oh my goodness, where is the garrison district? You're not going to get many potions back, so it can be a little bit... wasting. There's a resource management thing that you have to go along with here. By the end of the game, though, especially in my last playthrough where I was using healing magic, I ended up having like over 100 healing potions and close to 100 greater healing potions, so it didn't really matter. Okay. Where? That's probably it. Beware, the streets are dangerous. Be off with you. Here we go. Whee. Okay, I think I have to talk to you. Yeah, show Alistair's letter. Deliver this letter to the palace guards at once. Okay. So they'll let me into the castle now. Nice. The king's daughter has disappeared because she was going to be forced into marriage with an evil guy. So, oh, okay, fine. This letter bears important news from my lord. The lord, a messenger from the seneschal Alistair, is here to see you. Okay. There we go. What news have you? Let me see this. Blast! The seneschal has failed me. My daughter's foolish games will ruin us all. Oh, my spiteful child, why do you distress your father so? But wait, what's this? Alistair writes that you found a magic relic that once belonged to Galdrin. Let me see it. I ponder what secret this horn might keep. That was an oddly phrased statement. In his letter, the seneschal requests you venture to Arindale and seek audience with Emmindor. Yes, perhaps the elven wizard can find my daughter. The seneschal believes you to be trustworthy. I'm not sure whom to trust at the moment, for an enemy may be within our midst. A few days ago it was discovered that my daughter Elowin had mysteriously vanished. I will confess that we had argued furiously the night before, but she doesn't understand. The kingdom is in great danger, and everything will be lost if she isn't found with utmost haste. Someone within these halls was involved with her disappearance, of this I know. Speak with that chambermaid of hers. Those two are constantly chattering in whispers. My guards will allow you passage to the upper chambers before I allow you to depart for Arindale. I must know, is there a traitor in the house of Davenmore? Go and find what you can and tell me what happened to my daughter. Why don't you talk to her? You're literally the king. Like what? You just go talk to her. Why do I have to go talk to her? Whatever. Okay, I think it's this way. This king isn't particularly bright, but his daughter is going to be forced into an arranged marriage with an evil guy, so she ran away so she can be with her true love. Captain O'Cotter, I don't have anything to say to the likes of you. Yeah, I know why. Okay, tell me about Elowin. Oh, please, if I tell you, I beg you not to reveal what I say to Lord Davenmore. You would have my head. But if I can help you find my lady, perhaps all will be well again. She was very upset with her father that night. My poor mistress Elowin had fallen in love with Voldane Greymare, the captain of my lord's royal guard. But Lord Davenmore was insisting she marry the dreadful Lord Barrowgrim. My lady was in tears and said she couldn't go through with such a horrid arrangement. She was vowing to run away with Voldane to return to the kingdom of his father, Lord Greymare of Rothan. But alas, Lord Davenmore ordered Voldane to be arrested and taken far away from Fargrove, though I do not know where. In the wee hours of the morn, Milady woke me from my sleep and confessed that she was taking leave of Fargrove. I quickly prepared her a pack, and we slipped outside the palace at the first light of dawn. Milady was hooded and well cloaked, and at the gates I told the guard she was one of my lord's courtesans returning home. Another woman was waiting outside the gates for Milady, and I can't be sure, but I believed it was the girl who works at the tavern. I had pleaded to go with my mistress, but she said it would be far too dangerous, and needed me to remain here as her eyes and ears. She promised to send word when once she was safely away, but this was 3 days ago and I have heard nothing. Please, you must try to find my Lady Elowin and compel her to come home. My Lord Davenmore has been most distraught and ill with worry. Okay. So, we have a hint about where to find Lady Elowin, and I'm not going to go down there right now. I don't think I could open any of the chests in this place yet anyway, so I'm not even going to bother. Okay. Elowin escaped Fargrove. Blast, I knew it. Everything will be ruined. I'm giving you orders to proceed to Arindale with all haste. Meet with Emmindor and persuade him to find my daughter Elowin, and then return to me straight away with news of his revelations. Go now and make haste before the kingdom has crumbled. Okay, Captain Okada has trouble. He's worked his way through the ranks and well knows the meaning of discipline. Don't make accusations without proof of misdeed. Okay. So, let us head out. And now we can go to Arindale. And we can work on our quest to become a samurai, I think. Because I didn't do the samurai quest last time because I became a paladin. So, wasn't 100% sure. Oop. Die. Oh, please don't poison me. Please do not poison me. These snakes can definitely poison you. And you only can get... Oh god, they poison me. Come on. Okay. I do have some cure poison, but it's not much. Okay. Oh god, bats! Come on, get out. Real-time random encounters, you know? You never thought you'd see it, but here we are. Okay. Hello, stranger. Are you new in town? Yes, I am. I thought so. You seem lonely. I tell you what, I could show you some sights. We can have a good time. Would you like that? Yes, I would. I thought so. Let's meet where we can be alone. My place isn't far from here. It's next to Custard Mansion. Do we have a date? Yes, I'll be there. See you soon, handsome. Custard Mansion is on the south side of Fargrove. A nice old wealthy couple live there. You can't miss it. Now, supposedly there is a vampire hiding somewhere in Fargrove that we can get a quest for. I've never found this vampire. I don't know where it is. I tried to look for this mansion, could not find it. Could not find it. Oh boy, come on. No idea where it could be. These thieves, by the way, they can steal gold from you and then run away. And then they literally despawn after that. So you can't get the gold back. So, I mean, she said it's in the south side of town, but there's only like 2 sections of town. I think there's just the garrison district and the center. So, don't know what they're talking about there, but allegedly there is some kind of vampire quest in town somewhere. But I think we might have to go to the tavern to talk to that person. Maybe. I'm not sure about that, but we'll go see. We'll go to the tavern anyway and have a chat. And maybe get that vampire quest, I guess. If allegedly there's a vampire somewhere here. Do I want to get level 4 medium armor? Weirdly enough, your penalty for wearing armor is not just that the medium armor skill, it's actually partially that and your strength. Your strength determines your damage bonus, but it also determines whether you can wield heavy weapons and armor. So, screw it. I'm going to do it. Whatever. I don't care. Oh, good. And now I'm not having a penalty for the shoulder armor. These are samurai shoulder armor that allegedly I've heard can be used to block arrows, almost like a shield. Like they would put it like this with the shoulder armor, and supposedly it could catch arrows, but, I don't know how true that is. Okay, where did you take Elven? I have done only as my lady Elven wished me to do. My part was to distract the guards at the town gate so that she could slip out of Fargrove unnoticed. I can tell you only that she was slipping to meet Lord Greymare to join his legion that guards the northwestern slopes beyond the Bowland Fields. Bowland Fields west of Fargrove, take the north... Yeah. Okay, Elwyn... I've done all this my lady Elwyn wished me to do. My part was to distract the... Yeah. Okay, Lord Greymare, the great lord of Rothin. Don't think we need any of this other stuff. War. Lord Davonmore and Lord Barrowgrim are bitter enemies, and their war seems to have no end. Lord Barrowgrim is ruthless and depraved, rotted stench, the lingering odor of those he slaughtered. Sure, okay. And this is the guy that gives you the vampire quest, but like I said, I haven't found any vampires. Okay, I'll give you 5 gold for some ale. Listen, I'll tell you my story. 3 months ago, my partner and I were traveling in the Northlands. We had purchased a map from a wandering gypsy. So there were gypsies in this fantasy kingdom? Okay. Who said it would lead to an old dwarven mine full of gold, but when we reached the mark, it wasn't a mine at all, it was an ancient tomb. My partner was well seasoned in surreptitious entry, and soon we were tiptoeing inside, but then we saw it. They say they can't be killed, but I'm getting ahead of the story. Anyway, my partner wasn't paying much attention to it, as all the treasure in the world seemed to be glittering in the chamber before us. His eyes were aglow with a sparkle of jewels, and he began stuffing the gems into his pockets as fast as he could grab them. Then I turned to pick one up, and that's when it got him. And that was that. I started running for my life, and I've been running ever since. They swoop down from the rooftops, and they can pick up a man and carry him whole. They feed on us, and one of them has been following me ever since I fled that unholy tomb. I keep on the move by day to try and stay ahead, but at night, the nights are unbearable. I start shaking and trembling, and I can't stop because I know it's out there, watching me and waiting. That's right, vampire! No one believes me, though, or no one will listen, so I keep running. But my time is running out. Lord Davonmore has locked the gates of Fargrove, a mandate since his daughter went missing. I'm trapped here. I can't get out. And the vampire is here, too. I can sense it. I think I've seen it out of the corner of my eye. Just as the sun goes down, it's always there, waiting to take me. It's only a matter of time before it succeeds. I still have a stash of gold from the gem I took out of that forsaken tomb. If you would hunt down the vampire, I would gladly every last coin. Think of it, thousands in gold. All you must do is find the vampire and kill it, but I want proof to have accomplished the deed, or you won't receive a single piece. Do we have a deal? Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know how to complete this quest. Whatever. It's not important, I guess. Okie dokie. Now, where is this the exit I wanted to go to? No, that is not the exit I wanted to go to. I want to go to the Garrison District exit. Oh, but first off, I want to go and grab some cure poison potions, because 2 is definitely not enough. The trip to the next town that we have to go to, towards Arindale, the Elven Kingdom, is way, way far off, and there's a lot of stuff we have to do along the way. So it's going to take quite a... Oh my god, what was that? What was that? Oh my god, I've never... What is this? Witches? I've never found these in here. That's not good. I had no idea you could ever run into these here. Oh my god, they're paralyzing me. Perfect. Of course... Oh my god, there's summoning creatures too. Oh good lord. Help, guards. Guards. Help me. Come on. I've never encountered these in this town, ever. There we go. Where are you? Come on. Dire Witch. How much experience do I get for that? It seems like a fair bit. Come on. There you go. Okay. I think I have a fair amount of gold, so I think it's going to be alright. I don't know what that purple thing above me is. I think it's some kind of hex that lowers my strike ability or something, like a curse. Okay, let's buy... Okay. 10. Those. Hopefully that will be enough. Okay. Because in order to get into the city of Arindale, where the next quest is, where the quest line continues, we have to fight a very dangerous ghost. And I tried to run past him the last time, but he literally chased me down like halfway across the map, so I don't know if you can actually run away from him. But going out there into the wilderness without cure poison potions is not very safe. I'm just going to leave that rat. I don't need to bother with it. Getting this game running was not super hard, but getting it to the point where I could actually record it was a little bit mystifying, unfortunately. Come on, there we go. Alright, now which way... This is the way to the Garrison District, I think. You could eventually buy katanas for your samurai, by the way, but I don't think there were any on sale in the East Asian shop here. There were wakizashis, but I don't remember if there were any katanas. Okay. I wonder if one of these doors like magically becomes the vampire mansion somehow. I mean, she said her house is not far from here. Do I have to just check every door in the entire place? I mean, I don't really feel like doing that. Oh, there she is. There's the obviously not a vampire lady. Okay. Show Davenmore's orders. Take warning, be wary upon the roads. Who cannot protect you outside the gates? Yeah, you can barely protect me in here, pal. Okay, now this is a very long road to Arindale. And supposedly in order to become a samurai, we have to, I think, steal a dragon's egg, but I'm not 100% certain of how to accomplish that, or where they are. Oh boy, thieves. Thief brigands. Oh my, oh come on. See, there should have been some sort of measure where you can't get into two separate encounters at the same time. You know, like, once one group spawns in, you shouldn't have another group spawn in within a certain period of time. But, whatever. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. Allegedly, you could also play this game multiplayer, but I've never done that, because I don't know, for the life of me, anyone who owns Dungeon Lords. Or who I could play that with, really, but whatever. Come on. See, he stole gold. And like with wizardry, as you notice here, you sometimes suddenly get assailed by, like, a gigantic absurdly large amount of opponents. Because I'm guessing it's random chance. You know, it's like you have a chance that 4 guys will spawn and a chance that 12 guys will spawn. So it's a big issue. Something that I did notice that is nice is that for some reason or another, the enemies can hurt each other. So, especially enemy spellcasters, the AI isn't smart enough for them to use it carefully, so they will often end up burning like their own guys with fireballs and things. Oh my god, look at all this. God, look at all this, come on. Ow. Okay, death. Come on. It may seem like I have a ton of potions, but they get used up pretty quickly in combat early on. There we go. I think some of them despawn. Some of the items that they drop despawned. So you can collect them in combat, so it's kind of easier to do that. It's not hard to do that, but oh my god, he almost tore me to pieces there. Jeez. Seem to be getting quite a bit of experience for killing these guys, as it should be, because they're very, very strong. I'm happy to report that you do run into ninja enemies at the end of the game, though, and they can be very, very tough. And you can become a ninja yourself. You can get a special ability where you can actually fight successfully with your hands. Master Thief, jeez, come on. Don't you run away. I'm here. Oh my god, thank you, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna get level 5. I think this actually gives me a different attack animation that I usually would have. So it's a little bit more, a little bit better in combat. I found that a lot of the times, because you go into this like standard animation when you're fighting, it can sometimes be really annoying as you're doing that, like especially when you do that spin around move, because you can't really predict exactly where it's going to go, and you virtually always are surrounded by a huge number of people, so you may not want to do that spin attack or a slash, you may want to do a thrust or something else, and you can't control exactly what you're doing at exactly the right moment. But, oh well. And there is a day-night cycle, and you can rest. Although I'm not certain what, if anything, it does. Like, maybe it causes different enemies to spawn. But because enemies are always kind of spawning, it just doesn't really seem like it's all that important, to be honest. A little bit more dexterity there. Dexterity helps your strike ability, so it's useful for... So you kind of have to have it if you're going with melee. Oh boy. My first wolves. There are tons of these fights. Like, you're fighting hundreds and hundreds of wolves. Because enemies do try to surround you, there's an element of strategy when you're fighting, because you always want to keep moving. Just sitting there and attacking is not necessarily a good idea, because you're just going to get surrounded, and you're going to be flanked so fast that the enemies are just going to kill you. Can't use that yet. The game has crashed a couple of times, so just in case something... Oh my god, spiders. Crap. The monster design is pretty cool in the game, I will give it that. I do enjoy it. Especially later on, there's some more unique, like, demonic enemies that look pretty cool. Okay, careful. Save. So, but it hasn't crashed too much, thankfully. It's just a little bit, just a few times. Oh boy, there's a wizard. Oh, look at this. This is like 2 separate encounters here that they just spawned in the same place for some reason. there's these goblin mages, and I don't think they're supposed to be working together. Like, maybe they are in the game, like in the lore, they're working together with, these are Barrowgrim, the evil guys, soldiers, but I don't think they should have spawned quite like that. But what are you going to do? I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of enemies like randomly spawning in like this, sort of like in a turn-based game where they just randomly come in, but it maybe needed to be implemented a little bit better than it was. Come on. Come on. I'm sorry for all the clicking you're hearing. There we go. Let's heal a little bit. Oh god, I did not even notice they were there when I saved. You can save in the middle of combat, which I had to do a couple of times. Most, by the mid-game, it sort of follows the wizardry progression of difficulty, where, like, the beginning is really, really painfully difficult, and then the middle and ending are much easier, because you're stronger and you have a lot of stuff there, but, the ending can be a little bit difficult. I did find the very last encounter of the game is kind of hard, like, before the final boss, but other than that, it was, and I'm poisoned, perfect. I'm getting lots of, oh my god. Spider yolk. Other alchemy ingredients. And that's why we want cure poison potions. 4 to 8, 2 to 6. Okay, I'll use the axe for now. Because now that I have better, medium weapons, I can use it a lot more. Not sure if I should get parry that much, because I don't remember exactly what the parry skill does. It says ability to dodge and defend against melee weapon attacks. Maybe it just makes it harder to connect with you in melee combat, but I'm not sure about that, because I don't think it has like a practical effect. Like, it's not like it gives you a better I don't think it gives you any like parry animation or better use of a shield, as far as I can tell, because there's also a shield skill, so it wouldn't do that. It's very unclear. There's a lot of complicated systems in this game, because biting off more than you can chew is a major D.W. Bradley staple. That's something you're definitely going to see in his work, which I approve of. I prefer people that try to go too far and fail than people that try to keep things prosaic and succeed, And these are some elves, because we're near the Elven lands. These are called Dray elves, which kind of sounds like drow, but they're really more like wood elves. That's what they look like and how they act, because they live in the forest and not in the cities with the civilized elves. The game skips and kind of pauses for a second often when enemies are being spawned in, so that's sort of like a warning sign. I do like that you can kind of like hear enemies sometimes before you can see them, so you can keep an ear out for it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on. There is a wide variety of weapons to use in the game. Not only there are light weapons, like of small, fast weapons like daggers and wakizashi. There's the medium-sized weapons like battle axes and long swords. And there's also gigantic two-handed clubs, axes, great swords to use. This is the Elven lands here, but we can't get in yet because we need some special elf bullshit in order to get in. Okay, let's talk. We safeguard the borderlands, the Elven Nation, outsiders, official writ. Have you official writ of the Elven Council? No, I don't, because the council is inside there. If I need it, I need to go in. No outsider may pass without an official writ of the Elven Council. There's a grace with the divine mark of ordained favor. The divine mark of ordained favor may only be granted by an elven ancestral spirit. Seek the Lady of Lake Lore, and perhaps she will honor you with grace. The Lady of Lake Lore is one of the divine elven ancestral spirits. It is said that someone appears upon the waters of Lake Lore will bestow aid to those of noble cause. If you are of an honorable merit, she may grace you with the mark of ordained favor. Like lures through the forest along the path that leads north from here. Council, Nation, Arindale. Okay. So I do know what I need to do, but I'm not 100%. I'm not confident that I can necessarily do it right now. But we'll go see. Take that, thief. But towards the end of the game, I was experimenting more with the bigger, slower weapons. But as with a lot of games, not just Dungeon Lords, there's sort of like a bias in favor of the... Okay, sure. In favor of like faster weapons than the slower ones, because you're constantly going to be interrupted more. And you're just... A weapon that's slower is just going to do less damage over time, because you're going to take more time to hit. So, oh my god, Mushmen. I hate these guys. Not only can Mushmen poison you with that choking gas, they can also paralyze you with their hits. And there's a ton of them. Look at all these little bastards. I hate these guys. I don't know if there's any... Oh my god, look at this. Oh my god, I'm paralyzed. Perfect. You know what? I think I'm just going to try to run. If I don't die. Oh my god. Okay. So where we need to go is at the other side of this lake at that tower. But as you can probably tell, they're because this is a D.W. Bradley game, they're a very angy fish in the water. So swimming involves... it can be pretty dangerous, so I'm going to try to stay ahead of anything that wants to eat me. And I'm just going to try to run away as best I can from the ghost that is in this tower, because it is very difficult. Oh my god. I do like that you can kind of like dodge spells, though. It's kind of neat. Okay, alright. Quick. Okay. As light distills darkness to reveal the truth. So shall grace and compassion calm the mind. Ow. It's attacking me through the floor. That the true spirit within is at last revealed. Okay. And is blessed with ordained favor. Okay, am I blessed? Can I leave? Okay, I think I'm blessed with ordained favor now. I'm just going to try to leave. And hopefully not die from fall damage. Please. There we go. Oh my god, the Mushmen made it to the other side of the lake. I can't believe that. Alright, I'm just gonna go. Sometimes it just be irritating to fight these kind of enemies. There's a surprising amount of swimming in this game, especially in the early sections. Oh good, they paralyzed me when I was swimming. Perfect. They're under the water now. I can't believe that. I can't believe they jumped in the water like that. That is insane. Oh, and there's a wolf. That's a wolf there. You see that? Perfect. Dear Lord. Just swim. Swim. And I'm poisoned. Perfect. Oh my god. You can drown in this game too. So, I don't want to be underwater for too long. Oh my god, I can't get up. Shit. Okay, there we go. Good god. That was agony. Okay. Now let's go to Arindale. I hope. Because, oh, you see that purple? That's the ghost. It's still chasing me. It's still following me. God. I don't know what I'm going to do when it catches up to me. Okay. Don't know where. Well, where is that? It? Yeah, I do. Where's the door? Where's the door? Don't think there's a door on this side. That's lovely. I know, but you're not opening the door. There we go. Okay. Whew. So we're now in. I don't think this is Arindale, but we need to pass through this little fort in order to get to Arindale. I really hope that ghost does not follow me. Okay, Arindale is this way. So the combat is fun in the game. It's definitely hack and slashing and very simple most of the time. But it's never really boring because of those status effects enemies can get on you. Because of switching back and forth between ranged and magic and melee combat. And the different weapon types that you can... Oh, dear God. Come on. How did these wolves get in here without the mark of divine favor exactly? Were they just let in? Come on. Ow, ow, ow. Ow. Okay, come on. Die. There we go. Finally. Okay. Can I use this yet? No, not yet. Well, not without a penalty anyway. Ooh, penalty -1 though with my strike now. Good. Oh boy. These look like elves. I guess ranged, sometimes ranged attacks, it's useful to block against them, like when you're far away, but really, because you can't move quickly while blocking, it's, you know, you're just kind of like in this stalemate place where you have to move forward in order to kill the guy shooting at you, but you can't really move that fast, so you're going to have to leave this down as you're running, so... Didn't quite work out. You really should be able to just run while using your shield, or maybe you could, you know, gain that ability as you gain shield skill or something, but they didn't really pursue that. Occasionally you can use it for magic, but it kind of depends on what magic is being used against you, and usually only if there's just one person casting spells. I guess it could work, but still, most of the time you're just going to be sprayed with a fireball and there's nothing you can do about it. Okay. Now the dragon egg I was supposed to get, they said it was to the west of Arindale, but I don't know if I ever went west of Arindale. These scorpions can poison you too, of course, but there we go. I'm going to see if I can buy some new stuff in Arindale, and then go try to find that dragon. There are dragon enemies in the game, big fire drakes that breathe fire on you, but I never actually killed one because I just ran away when it came because it was too tough for me. Even with like my resist fire ability and plate armor, I still was being wrecked by these fire-breathing drakes, so... Don't know exactly how I'm going to steal an egg from one without killing it. Oh god, bees. These bees can poison you too, somehow. I don't know why bees poison, but ants poison you too in another DW Bradley game in Wizardry 6, so... Elixirs give poison. Poison, perfect. Lovely. Lovely. I think I can get healed for free in the temple in Arindale, but that may be a little bit too far away at this moment, at this juncture. Ah, it's so annoying hitting these flying enemies. Come on. And ranged attacks just don't seem to do very much damage because I don't think you get an attack bonus because of your strength score with ranged weapons or with bows and arrows, I don't think. So that's definitely an irritant that prejudices you in favor of melee attacks. Oh, I heard something there. It's getting paranoid. Okie dokie. There is some sort of lake over there. Maybe that's where the dragons are. Okay, search the roosting grounds of the fire drakes west of Arindale. Find a dragon egg and deliver it to the House of the Tiger. Here we are. This is Arindale. This is the entrance. West of Arindale. I thought there was just mountains there and I couldn't go over it, but... That's lovely, those elven runes up there. That's... Oh no, it actually says Arindale. It's not It's just regular letters, just fancy looking ones. Okay, I didn't notice that. All right. And I think that's the inn. Don't need to go there just yet. So taking the wizard Emmindor. Now we can't actually take the horn to Emmindor yet. We have to do a bunch of quests for the House of the Tiger, the other East Asian house, and we have to talk to the King of the Elves, who's a real jerk and doesn't like you, and we have to do a bunch of stuff. There's the temple. I do like the characters all have very well-defined buttocks, if you can see here. I don't know why that was done, to give them all clappable cheeks, but, you know, I mean, I wasn't the designer, I wasn't there, I don't know why they did that, but whatever. I'm not complaining. Definitely not complaining. Okay. I think the House of the Tiger is over this a which way. Yep. Maybe he has better samurai stuff I can buy to complete my outfit instead of just basic chainmail. Okay, House of the Tiger. 6. Okay, yes, teach me the tiger. Yes, I will follow the tiger. Listen carefully if your lesson has already begun. There is a young woman who has recently returned to Arindale and who lives with a shame not of her making. Her life may soon be in your hands, so choose your path wisely, lest the true prize be lost. You will find her within our room at the inn. If she refuses you, tell her you are walking the path of the tiger. She will understand. Only by following the tiger can this woman regain what she has lost. This is the path you must follow if you wish to master the tiger. Okay. And, ooh. Zembuda, ooh, a katana. Samurai Do. But penalty -8. Imperial Mail. Dynasty Shoulders. Samurai Haidate. So I don't think I'm going to buy some of this stuff because I can't really use it effectively yet. But whatever. Okay. Now this is probably D.W. Bradley's least obtuse RPG. But that's not saying much, because there's still something weird there. That quest at this house is a class promotion quest that you can do, the Way of the Tiger. However, even though it makes it clear that it's a class promotion quest, it doesn't do something very important. It doesn't tell you that it's not optional. You'd think that if you were playing as a wizard, you don't have to go become a samurai. If you're playing as a paladin, you don't have to go become a samurai. So most of the time you're playing the game with most builds, except for the East Asian ones, you're not going to go bother to do that and think it's not necessary. But this is actually a required quest that you have to do in order to complete the game, which I had to look up because I got stuck here and had no idea where to go. Until I realized, oh, I had to go and do that class quest in order to do the main quest? It's bizarre. But still, his least obtuse. Yes, I want a room. Yes. Yes. Okay. Choose any available room you like. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So let's go talk to this lady who is missing something. And start the quest here. That's our room. This is hers. I walk the path of the tiger. Yoshi? I must warn you that I am shamed. My family disgraced and dishonored among all elves. It is a crime for you to speak with me, and if we are seen together, the Council of Elders may condemn you for treason. But Yoshi Tamaka is very wise, and though he is forbidden to help me directly, he must see in you a way. I am Naruko of the House of Masume, and my family was once a prominent member among the noble elven houses, second in power and influence only to the House of Galebriand itself. As a distinction of our family honor and my father's years of loyal service, our family was entrusted by Lord Galebriand to safeguard the Argalia of Erildorn, the legendary armor of Erildorn, father of all elves, as it has been passed from generation to generation since the dawn of our kind. But then, tragedy. The sacred Argalia was stolen from our house, and our family was forever shamed. Because Lord Galerion had given this sacred duty to us, our shame also became his. My father took his own life to atone, but Lord Galerion could not forgive our family this disgrace. To preserve his own stature amongst the council members, Lord Galerion stripped our house of all title and rank, seized our holdings, and banished our family forever from the Elven nation. As my father's only child, it is my duty to restore the honor of my family, to one day find and return the stolen regalia of Erraldorn to Lord Galerion. It's a lot of names. I have long suspected the house of Fathien for this crime. They did it. For Fathien ranked only behind our house and that of House Galerion, and the honor, titles, and power taken from us all too quickly fell upon them. Elder Fathien became second only to Lord Galerion himself within the Council of Elders, and as a consequence of our petitions of suspected treachery, were never heard, and no official investigation of how Fathien ever took place. And, I'm not going to read the rest of that, because this is tearing away at my throat. But, basically an evil elven house called Fathien stole the ancient armor of the elves that was in the care of that family to shame them and take over their stuff. So now we need to go and have a chat with the Apothecary. But I think for now, I'm actually going to go and see if I can explore where the dragon roosting grounds would be. Because, like I said, I thought there was just mountains to the west of Arindale. But do they mean, like, go north and then west? Because there's a lake to the north of here, and I'm thinking, like, maybe it's across the other side of the lake. I have seen dragons to the far north of Arindale and directly east of Arindale, but I don't remember seeing any dragons over here. So, just going to go and take a look for them. I do like that they put an impressive amount of effort into the classes in the game to give each playthrough its own unique feel. Because if you go with the I don't remember what they call it. I don't think it's a necromancer, but if you go with nether magic and you can summon undead and rats and all kinds of monsters to help you fight, so it feels kind of like you're playing as a necromancer. And each of the magic classes has its own feel to it. I'm not exactly sure what diabolic skills are. There is a dungeon later on in the game called the Shadow Realm. No laughter if you're a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, but yes, it is called the Shadow Realm. In the Shadow Realm, it's just one of the worst dungeons I've ever seen. It's like the Lost Izalith of this game, where otherwise it's a very good game, but this one area is terrible. It's filled with puzzles, and I'm not a big puzzle guy, so any game that is filled to the brim with puzzles, I'm not going to enjoy. And, okay. Maybe it's over here. I think maybe you can kind of Skyrim jump your way up some of these mountains. Like, I've seen people try to do that. But it's very trying to do that. One issue that the game has is that, unfortunately, when enemies spawn in, like I was talking about before, if you're walking near a mountain like this, they will actually spawn up here, like on the mountain side, like on the side of the hill. And because so many enemies have ranged attacks and magic, they can hammer you from the top of the hill where you can't get them, and you have to sort of like run away a little bit and wait for them to jump down. It's very annoying and really something that should have been, looked into. Well, I guess I'm at the Apothecary now. I might as well chat with her and just get this part of the quest over with. Yep, I know you stole it. Yep. Nariko waits at the inn. And they have our son. And so how Fathien ordered these guys to steal the armor because they kidnapped their son. Okay. Okay, do we need to talk to you again? Hello? Okay, well, whatever. Take over Emmindor. Alright, I hope I didn't screw up that quest or something, but whatever, it's not important. Of course, as usual, if you've played Dungeon Lords, please tell me what your experiences of it are. I'm very interested to know, because I just saw so much negativity about this game that, I'm ashamed to say that now that I put off playing it for years, because it's just like, oh, it's going to be garbage. Everyone says it's bad. But I actually ended up playing it and really liking it. So, you can't always trust what people say. This is kind of west of Emmindor. Let's save again. I labeled that save hell because that's where we were at the end of the game. You go to like a hell dimension where the demons are waiting to kill you. And there's some pretty cool demon designs there. Okay. Don't know if I ever actually went here in my other playthrough. I have no ability to fight a dragon at this stage of the game, so I don't know what I'm going to do if I run into one. I assume I just have to steal the egg and leave? I don't remember there being an invisibility spell, but because I used some divine magic, I don't know if it would have been in one of the other magic classes. Ooh, there's something over there. What is that? Some sort of altar. Oh god, that's a Dargon. Item required. Oh my god. Yep, that's a dragon. That's definitely a dragon. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Altar of... What did that say? Diamond? I checked it. I didn't... Because I was nearly roasted alive by a dragon. I wasn't paying that much attention. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. There's more dragons. This has got to be their roosting ground, but... Ow. Ouch. I did have a spell that would resurrect me there, and you can get resurrection scrolls too. But unfortunately, you can, when you resurrect yourself, you actually lose all of your experience points. That's the penalty. So I have 6,000 experience points. Those would have been gone. So resurrecting yourself can be a little bit questionable. You could say, well, just use all your experience points and then go into the tough battle. But it doesn't necessarily work that way if you're trying to save up for a really high level. Like if I'm trying to save up for this, I need 25,000. I'm trying to save up to get there to level 5. So, I would need to... I don't want to lose all my experience points like that. I didn't look up actually how to complete this quest, so I don't know if ooh, I see one over there. I don't know if there's some kind of special thing some sort of special way I'm supposed to do this. Like, am I supposed to... I don't know if there's a way to sneak. When you play as a rogue, they do actually have special roguish backstab abilities, so you get more damage if you hit an enemy on the flank or back with some of your, I think your sneak ability or something. So that's pretty cool. Okay, that's a dragon. That's a dragon. Oh my god. There's so many dragons. Okay, got a dragon egg. Run, run, run. Go, 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 go. I wonder if I can turn in the dragon quest at the House of the Tiger. Because usually if you get, like, for the Paladin quests, I know if you get it at the Celestine Temple in Fargrove, you can turn in that quest at the Celestine Temple back in Arindale. It doesn't matter what town you happen to be in. But I don't know if you can do that here. Gonna have to find that out. When you class advance to the next stage, like if you're going to be a samurai or a paladin, you don't just automatically do it. You have to have a certain amount of skills and a certain number of level of skill points here. Like, for instance, to be a champion, which is the highest level paladin, you have to have 10 heavy weapon use in order to do that. Okay, I think the dragons are not chasing me, thankfully. So yeah, I guess I never went here. I wish they would tell you in the game. Maybe they tell you in the manual, but I didn't really look much at the manual. But maybe they would tell you in the. I wish they would tell you in the game what levels you need in order to advance to the next class. You can just look at it without going to the quest giver and asking them. That's definitely a nuisance. Whee! Okay. Oop, oh my god, I'm stuck. Almost thought that was a reload there, but no, I'm good. I look very peculiar in my half samurai, half leather armor here. This is the the Hall of Weaponry. The blacksmith of the elves. Let's talk with him. Oh, studded leather armor. But I'm so close to wearing chain, it doesn't matter. Ooh, elven sword. Okay, let's go turn in that quest. I just sold a bunch of the junk that I had to that guy. Or we'll see if we can turn in the quest. I don't know if we can. That's the Elven House of Government. Their castle there. But we can't get in there right now because they're being a bunch of jerks. So let's go talk to the house of the whatever. Whee! Apparently there's a Japan in this fantasy kingdom, which is kind of interesting, or a China or something. Okay, can we turn this in? Oh, give dragon egg. There we go. Ah, by delivering the dragon egg, you have completed your initiation into the House of the Dragon, and the House of the Tiger welcomes you. As a disciple of our ways, you are entitled to promote your class and acquire special skills and training. So these heraldries give you extra stuff. Bargain doesn't sound very good. Resist fire. Now that does sound good. Okay, samurai class. To become a samurai, you must meet the following requirements. 20 strength, 20 intellect, 25 dex, 25 agility, etc., etc. Parry 5 I do need, and archery 3. Okay, 2... So it's going to be a while until I get to that class, unfortunately. It's going to be a little bit of a ways until I get there. But I'm on my road to becoming a samurai. Let's go see if we can continue this dumb quest with the elves. But I'm kind of... I don't know about that. Maybe I shouldn't go in there. I'm kind of worried about this. I haven't really been... I'm going to level up a bit first. Okay, so I did some stuff. I went off to level and get myself at an appropriate strength to do the next section of the game. I feel like when I first played the game, I didn't have to do any grinding whatsoever, really. But because I knew exactly where to go this time, I went through things way too fast, and I ended up under-leveled for where I needed to be. So I went to do some leveling. Kinda didn't go that well, because I did level myself up considerably. I'm level 8 now, and I have a bunch more, ability points and so forth. Got some samurai dough armor instead of my chainmail that I was wearing. And I did a few things, went around, and I unlocked a fast travel device in order to use a teleporter between various areas. And unfortunately, I found out that doing that, I think, railroads you into the next section of the game, which I shouldn't be in yet. And now the main town I was into before when I started, I can no longer get there without advancing the plot more. So I had to do more leveling. And I wanted to become a samurai. So I got to the point where I became in order to get to the next level, you have to have a certain amount of ability and skill points. So I got up to that point, but that just allows you to do the quest that will lead to the next section of your next character, where you gain new abilities. Like, for instance, as a samurai, you get the light dual weapons ability, so you can have a sword in one hand and a dagger in the other. And inflict wounds, I think, does extra damage when you're fighting. And eventually, when you get to the next stage, past samurai, you can get the critical strike ability and instantly kill enemies. But unfortunately, the quest that I had to do in order to do that was way out of my league. Like, it was impossible at this level. And it was, let me see if I can find it here, Samurai Quest. In the woodlands between Arindale and Fargrove, find the Ronin Hideya Ashuga and defeat him in a duel. I thought Hideo was the Japanese name, but whatever. Like the director Hideo Gosha. Let me know if you've heard of him. And let me, what is duel? What does that word what comes to your mind when you think of that word, duel? You think of a one-on-one fight between two people, right? That's not what you have to do. You have to fight Hideya Ashuga and the 15 ninjas that he has with him. And they were way, way beyond me. Like, they were killing me with 2 kicks to the head. So I'm not going to be becoming a samurai for a while. But I did get a katana, so that's sort of something, right? And I have this little samurai armor, so I'm more like a samurai. But anyway, that weird elven armor was stolen by this rival elven house called Fathien. This is their castle, and they're trying to lure me here to kill me, so I have to go kill them and get the armor back. So, let's go in. I am welcome here. Show Fathien pass. Yeah, okay, they're gonna try to jump me, and I found this weird section that I should have remembered, but I didn't for some reason. Entirely my fault. But once the original town Fargrove is locked off to you, and you get to that quest where you go to the Apothecary in Arindale, you can actually be in this weird position where you can't go to the Apothecary in Fargrove, and the Apothecary in Arindale won't talk to you. So you can't buy potions. Now, fortunately, I found a potion seller who gave me his strongest potions. And let me know if you get that reference. Who gave me his strongest potions that was in the little elven trading area halfway between Arindale. But I thought I was screwed for a second there, because if you don't have the correct amount of potions, you're basically doomed, because you can't really level grind them out that easily. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, this is a very challenging section. I may die many times. Okay. Elder Fathien will see you now. And they're going to jump me in that room over there. Okay. Fathien Castle 2. Alright. Hello? Welcome to the House of Fathien. Okay, hello? Your subtle diplomacy won't work with me. Okay. I know why you are here. Like, it looks kind of like a Sith Lord over there. It will be no simple matter if you stumble and fell upon your sword. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Gods, kill them! Okay, oh god, these Fathien elite are tough. So, as I said, I'm really being screwed over by my success, by my knowledge. Because I didn't have to wander around and gather a bunch of extra items and stuff, and experience, obviously. So, yeah, without that extra stuff, you do kind of need, oh my goodness, I'm already, to level grind a little bit, but only if you're super familiar with the game, I guess. Oh god. Already getting my ass kicked. I did put a few points into the celestial magic, because I thought for a while that if I was, trapped without the ability to get extra potions, the only thing that I could possibly do was just gather a ton of healing spells, because I think you can buy, a virtually unlimited number of that heal spell. So if I had, I thought if I had 10 of them, then maybe everything's going to be okay. So I bought one extra before I found that extra potion seller, so. These Drow Elf mercenaries are pretty pathetic, but they're just sort of clogging the room a little bit. And of course, because these guys are all elves, they all have powerful archery that they can hit you with. And shields, so if you get close enough to them, you can't really do anything. You can just sit there and wait for them to... his friends to shoot you, riddle you with arrows. There is actually, in another sort of Dark Soulsian twist, you might say, if you were sort of looking for that kind of thing, there is the ability to increase your agility, and I forget what it's actually called. Let me take a look here. It's called athletics. And if you increase your athletics, every extra point in it actually gives you an extra maneuver that you can do, supposedly while you're fighting. Like, for instance, if you double tap forward, you do this sort of like forward leap in the air, and eventually you can even get another sort of Dark Soulsian twist. You can actually get like a backflip if you get all 4 points in it. Unfortunately, in true D.W. Bradley fashion, that was another little biting off more than he could chew kind of thing. And it's a good idea, but I don't ever, in my entire game, found a point where using any of these flips and kicks and jumps in my previous playthrough was ever useful, like even once. So I think I've only killed. Okay, I think that's like the second one of these guys I've killed. Jeez. So I'm not going to bother with it, but if anyone has played this game and feels like it's useful to use the athletic skill to get various maneuvers to jump out of the way of things, just let me know. It just seems like, unlike, contrary to like Dark Souls, it feels more like you are surrounded by hordes of enemies much more often than in that game. And so you don't really have the chance to have very pinpoint jumps be very important. You can jump out of the way of one enemy, but you're just going to be leaping into like 10 others, like I'm fighting here, see? And this does feel a little bit different than Dark Souls. I'm not merely hacking and slashing. I do have to position myself correctly as I'm fighting, so I'm not as in danger. I have to sort of run in order to use heals and everything. It's just... I don't really see that much of a point to blocking here, because I'm just being hit by so many sides from arrows, and so many enemies have those arrows. There are a bunch of races that you can pick from the beginning, including like creatures called Wilvins, which are a little bit like sort of werewolf men. There are tragically no cat boys, which is very upsetting to me. That was always my favorite race. Well, I guess dwarves are kind of my favorite fantasy race, but specifically in the context of wizardry-esque D.W. Bradley games, the cat guys are something I always look forward to, and I don't want to play as a dog person, You can also play as orcs, and I think sort of goblin-like creatures, who I think replace halflings, which I'm never a big halfling guy, No shade at you if you're a big halfling person, that's fine. It's just I'm not really that interested in playing as a short boy. I'm already a short boy. I guess I am interested in playing as dwarves, what am I saying? But I'm not teensy-weensy short boys like halflings. Oop. I whittled these guys down. This castle is just filled to the brim with these elves, and they are very tough. I'm trying to remember if there's someone... Oh, that's right. The apothecary's son has been kidnapped and trapped inside this place. And I think we can rescue him, but it may involve putting points into the unlock skill that I don't necessarily want to do. I'm not 100% certain if we have to rescue him or not. I'll have to find that out. Come on, there we go. There we go. In order to get to this part of the game, I had to go through a section called the Trial of the Ancients, which I was very afraid of doing on camera because the last time I did it, it was brutally difficult, and I just found I didn't want it to be so hard that I just couldn't complete it in front of anybody. And I could sort of like skip my way through a lot of it because I remembered where to go exactly, but it was still some tough combat in there. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now, I think we have to defeat the elves in the main section of the castle here to get the key, where I think we can get into the dungeon area, possibly? Not exactly sure I remember, but there were some very tough elves here. There are these creatures called Elven Masters, and they are quite strong. Like, I think down there is eventually where we need to go, but we need to gather some things first. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, no. Basically, in order to defeat these Elven Masters, or like, there's going to be a lot of like running away and hiding and treasure chest, and hoping at the last moment that I can get someone to kill someone. Let's see here. Use some lockpicks. I also picked up something called magic lockpicks, which I don't remember finding in my entire first playthrough. No idea what these are supposed to do. Master lockpicks are better, of course, than regular ones, but I can't believe I just didn't find an item before. Okay, this one looks pretty easy. There we go, and more healing potions. There is fall damage in the game, which is supposedly, I think, mitigated by, is it agility? Or maybe it's athletics. Yeah, I think that's what it is. And I may want to put some points in agility there because it helps you swimming. And I think there is only one dungeon, if I remember correctly, where swimming is an issue. I think it's just one, where you have to swim underwater. There's some other like light swimming sections where you can just swim on the surface, but actually going deep underwater like Conan did in Conan the Destroyer, where you have to hold your breath, and you can definitely die from, as I said, from running out of air. So I may want to put a point or two in that. Okay. And, ooh, I can open these. Nice. And looks like 2-1. Recently, I've been thinking about all RPGs could possibly be reduced down, purely in terms of their gameplay rather than story elements, to 3 essential issues: exploration, combat, and advancement. So all 3 of these things would be its own separate area. Combat is self-explanatory. Exploration would also include puzzles, but also the design of levels, if they look good, or if they... Not if they look good, but if they... functionally what they're like. Like, this is a big sort of complicated area that I have to run around in a bunch of different sections in order to get around, and verticality, going up and down, how often you can pick locks and so forth, and how often you have to find keys and everything like that. Advancement is a little bit more complicated because it involves simultaneously your character getting stronger and also your character gaining stuff. So it would be multiple different things there. You would get your level increases, but also your gathering these items and so forth. And a game that doesn't balance those things properly is, I think, immediately going to be a flawed experience. Planescape, for instance, one of my favorite games because of its story, it has, I think, fairly interesting level design. You do advance quite a bit as a character, but you don't really gain items, and it's questionable whether any of your the actual physical objects you gain are truly useful, because they're kind of not necessary, because you could talk your way through a lot of things. But the story is incredible, so it's definitely deficient and combat is basically useless. You don't really need to engage in combat. So 2 out of those 3 areas, it's deficient, but it's still an amazing game, but I would prefer to have all 3 of those gameplay things met along with a story. The story and the plot, the characters, that's something that can exist independently of genre. That's not just part of RPG gaming. It can be in any, you know, a point-and-click adventure game, a walking simulator. It could be in any sort of game. A platformer. Oh boy. But I think those three elements are what really constitute the gameplay of a role-playing game. Not just the... I would probably argue that the actual role-playing element of the, you know, moral choices and consequences, of having a distinct character of your own that is individual and unique, and having unique side characters and a unique world, is not really specific to a role-playing game. You know, they've become the hot-button issues for describing... Not hot-button issues, but the general tenets for describing a role-playing game. But in a lot of ways, they're not specific to the role-playing game genre. You can have any genre game basically with all of those elements in them. Maybe you can even do them better in a purely story-based point-and-click adventure type game, to be honest. So I don't know if they're specific to that enough to make it a role-playing game, whereas the more physical things that I'm interested in the role-playing genre, you know, at its base level, I like to see the numbers go up as we've inherited from Dungeons and Dragons. You want your strength to go from 10 to 11, then 11 to 12. You want to go from 100 gold to 1,000 gold. You just sort of like that. There's this addictive quality towards seeing everything get a little bit stronger as time goes by. And I would argue that making your character go from a weaker person into a stronger person physically is more specific to the RPG genre than it is to interesting characters, moral choices, and a rich setting is. Like how people talk about how, you know, maybe Fallout New Vegas has a lot of those things. But again, you know, you could have made all of those things in something that wasn't an RPG, so I don't feel in a material sense that they're part of the RPG setting to me. So focusing too much on them or exclusively on them before, next to anything else, I think is going to make your RPG deficient in some ways, at least the way that I look at it. Whoa! That is a spellcaster. Crap. I think this is one of those guys I was talking about, the tough ones. I think they actually have katanas. So they're actually fairly strong in melee combat, and they can cast spells, which sucks. Yep, that's him. But I think we need a key from him to get another key. Oh my god, more? Come on. Do I have any summon undead? I do not. Okay. Now, one of those undead seems to be attacking the other guy. Did you see that? I didn't cast any summon undead. One of them just like randomly turned against the other guy. See, supposedly when we get into the samurai class, we'll be able to do what that mage is doing there, where he's holding two swords at the same time. So I kind of like that idea that the thing that was in the samurai class, you know, from the start in wizardry, it's still here, but you have to like actually earn it over time. Although I would kind of prefer to be able to earn that with something a little bit easier than fighting a ferociously powerful spellcasting Ronin named Hideya Ashuga and simultaneously 15 ninja. I don't know if there were 15 ninjas, but there were a lot of ninjas. Like at least 10. I was too busy being killed with shurikens in my face to count the number of ninjas, but it was a good number. And oh god, this guy's named. That's always dangerous. One interesting thing about that I think I mentioned already was that for some reason, the enemy spellcasters can actually hit their own guys. So, you know, typically when you're playing an RPG, what do you want to do when you first attack? You want to kill the spellcasters as quickly as possible. That's what you want to do first and foremost, of course. But you may not actually want to do that in Dungeon Lords. Because the enemy can hurt his own guys, you may actually want to wait a little bit and run around and abuse the AI a little bit and just hope that your dude ends up throwing a fireball or two at his own people. And that's actually how I got Hideya Ashuga. Oh, come on. to end up killing his own, a bunch of his own ninjas. But eventually he just, even he on his own was just way too strong. So I ended up not being able to fight him and having to retreat. I don't even know when I'm going to be able to go back there, because that fight was just so devastating that I thought I would, like, in my original playthrough, where I was playing as a paladin, the ninjas only showed up, like, very late in the game, like in the last third or maybe the last quarter of the game. So seeing them this early was definitely a shock. And it was even more of a shock when I was, like, instantly killed with kicks to the face. And there seems like, I don't know how these ninjas were blocking with their bare hands and arms my axe that I was trying to embed with them. Like, those are incredibly tough hands and arms. I have no idea how they were doing that, but anyway. Maybe I'm going too much about that. Ooh, there you go. Fathien Keep Key. Now I can open those doors from before. And he dropped a katana. Oh no, that's a wakizashi, actually. Okay, never mind. Forget it then. Smashy, smashy. So let me know what you think about my purely physical requirements for an RPG and its relationship to... Ooh, those are witches, they're spellcasters. So naturally they have their boobies out, which, I heartily approve of. They're using their wiles in order to distract people. It's an entirely normal thing to do. And in fact, quite a number of historical warriors, including the Celts, fought semi-naked or completely naked. And you may even argue that it's beneficial to do so, because clothing and armor can become embedded inside of flesh when you are fighting. So let me know if anybody bought my justification for having semi-naked women in gaming, because I'm trying to test that out to see if people will agree with me. So let me know if I'm doing a good job describing that. Ooh, is that a potion of power? Ooh, it is. And anyway, let me know my moving away from the subject of boobies if we have to. Let me know if you agree with my distinction there between the overemphasis, or my opinion on the overemphasis of story and character and world building as descriptors specifically of RPGs, and those purely physical elements of acquisition and character growth and exploration and combat that I described with an RPG. I made another argument about this in favor of Ultima Underworld, where I argued in favor of acquisitive versus inquisitive gaming, where I said that inquisitive gaming was one where you're trying to determine things about the world, whereas acquisitive gaming is where you were trying to gain power and authority. Well, I can't open that at all. Actually, I think that I should... Let's see. Yeah, inspect, pick locks, disarm trap. And I think I might as well get medium armor up a little bit. And why not my dexterity and my health and my strength? Still at a -1 penalty, but that's okay. I assume as a samurai that I'm going to stay with medium armor, because there's another, like, East Asian style class that you could get called an Imperial, where I think you get heavy armor. And you'll notice that I don't actually... You start out the game knowing light armor and medium armor, but you have to actually advance your class in order to get to the heavy armor skill. And it's very, very expensive in terms of experience points to level that up, so... But also very, very useful. I love being in full plate armor as a paladin. I feel like it would be a bit of a... It feels embarrassing. I feel naked playing as a paladin if I'm, not in full girded and full plate armor. This feels a little silly to me. But I think samurai do not get heavy armor, so I'm going to have to stay in medium armor for the rest of the game. So I'm going to... Oh god, look at those many guys. I'm going to see how that feels. The Drey Elven mercenaries feel... Maybe I'm wrong about this, but they feel tougher than the Drey elves we encounter outside, but maybe I'm mistaken about that. The Fathien elites can cast spells, which are very annoying. Maybe a fireball might be good here. Nope, it only hit one person. It only had one. It says I have another charge of this. Oh, there we go. I just had to wait. It was just a little bit of a timer there. I don't have any points in arcane magic, so I doubt this is really doing much, but... Unlike the samurai in wizardry, the samurai in this do not appear to be spellcasters. Oddly enough, the thief upgrade seems to include spellcasting, like, I think evil guy spellcasting, like the nether summoning, like, skeletons and things. There is a place in town, Fargrove, the first town, where someone just, like, says, you know, beat it, creep. The boss doesn't want to see us. And I assume that's, like, the Thieves Guild, but I don't know how to get in there. And I was wondering if, like, maybe you have to be a rogue class in order to get in there, but that doesn't seem likely. I assume you need, like, a password, but where do you find it? I also looked up online, and apparently that mansion I was talking about with the vampire lady is somewhere in the game. It is somewhere in the... Oh my god, crap. Those guys must have spawned in over there. And so now I'm in this... I'm getting it from both sides here. Giggity. And, oh god. Maybe if I was a spellcaster character, I would be able to do better. I think later on in the game, from what I've learned, spellcasting becomes a lot more powerful, but you start out stereotypically kind of like the D&D spellcaster where you're not all that strong. Maybe it's good to have some of these celestial, like put a couple of points in celestial magic, you know, even if you don't plan on doing that much with it. Because just to get like an occasional ability to cast a heal just in between combat where you don't need it, it's not life-saving necessarily, just sort of, you know, saving on the attrition of health potions. Okay. It's a lot of stuff. There we go. I think, was that everybody? I'm not going to go in there and check. I don't want to get into a fight with them. And it also seems like a good idea to buy the Cure Poison spell, just in case, you know? I wouldn't want to... Because when I was playing my first playthrough, I did end up at one point where I was stuck way... Whoa. Oh no. I think I remember this area. And I think I don't... Oh god, I don't think I needed to go through here. Crap. I think this was unnecessary for me to come here. It's just like random spawns of people, if I remember right. Good lord. Oh boy. I think maybe that door was... No, I don't... I'm not too sure about this. This was definitely an error. But I guess I'm gonna go this way anyway, since I'm already here. There might be some... I think there's like a barracks room past here. Ow. Nearly dead. Okay. Oh, I think that one just launched an arrow and it hit her, or him. I can't tell if... I assume these were women at first, but with elves, you know those elves, you can't always quite tell. They're rather lithe and willowy sort, you know. I don't mean by dwarven prejudice to get in there, but... Being a short boy myself in real life, you know, it's... I just have an affinity for the dwarves, and what can I say? There we go. Come on. There's a single action key that you use to... Oh god, this breaks. There's a single action key that you use to gather up all of the items around you, but maybe it would be better if you just ran over them and you automatically picked them up. Or is that asking too much for 2005? Yeah, this is like a guard's barracks room or something. Stop that. Oh, also, I want to show you my archery is at 3 now, and it just seems kind of useless to use this. I did mention at this is a little bit of a spoiler, but I don't think it's that big a deal. But there are beholders in the game, and I did discover at one point, like at the very end of the game, fighting those beholders up close and personal was virtually impossible without dying. So I needed to like pick them off with arrows at great range. But that was like one moment way, way later in the game. But so archery was useful there, but I didn't see it as especially useful in any other context. One of the upgrades for the ow, stop. One of the upgrades for the, it's a spellcaster too, Fathien Blade Witch. I forgot what I was saying. Crap. Oh, that's right. The rogue class also has a one of the upgrade paths you can take for a rogue is to become a ranger and specialize in archery. So I'm not sure what special abilities they get. Like, I'd have to look that up, but I assume that if I went along that path, maybe range would be more useful. But it just feels, frankly, kind of ooh, that's weird looking. Stop, please stop. Okay, stop. Okay. It just feels underpowered to me. Let's see if I can do a 3-er. Okay, it would be 3, 1, 2. Oh crap! Darn it! Too fast. Oh god, I probably caused some people to spawn in. All right, let's try this again. Okay, so it's 3, 1, 2 again. Damn, I'll forget it. You know what? Well, alright, I'll try one more time, and I'll use a master lockpick. Okay, so once again, it's 3, 1, 2. Shrunken Head acquired? Oh, that must be one of the Apothecary. Yeah, there it is. It's one of the reagents. The confusingly not named reagents. The combat is kind of addicting, though. It's a lot of fun. You know, it's a little bit beyond hack and slash, which is fine, but it's a little bit better. Should I upgrade this? Oh, it's not going to cost that much. Sun Trap. Against effective. I'll leave that there. Okay, so we've got 1, 2. I've never actually been killed by a trap, so they don't seem to have that serious effect unless they spawn an enemy to come and hurt you. It's basically the only thing that's an issue. It's just the attrition of taking a little bit of damage and then needing to use a health potion to cure it. Okay, 1... Wait, where's this? No. 3, 1, 2. 3, 1, 2. Nice. And I got Solar Ray, which I think is one of the damage-dealing spells for this, but... Oh. Okay. Oh my god. Go away. I'm busy. Go away, you stupid Fathien elites. I did find out in the options menu that you can change the encounter level of random encounters. So if you're having trouble with the game, you can turn it down so they're very, very infrequent. I'm going to keep them at normal because I don't want to necessarily lose out on experience, because that's really a kind of a catch-22 there. If you don't, you would lose so much experience doing that, you may end up making the game harder overall later on. Please do not respawn. Please do not respawn. I think going through these pillars into that little area there, that may cause people to spawn in. Or maybe I'm just being kind of... oh god, look at these guys. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but oh my god, look at this. Guys, please go away. Just let me explore a little bit. I'm tired of fighting all these characters with shields. Jeez, okay, come on. Come on. It's so bizarre to have them using the ranged weapons and the shields. They just really don't seem like they should go together like that. Come on, die, Blade Witch. I also found out that I think there are some classes that only female players can play, like the Valkyrie is one of them. And I think there's some kind of like female-only spellcaster. But because I'm not playing a female character, I wasn't able to really look into it. Come on. Come on. There we go. Please die. I'm wiping out the entire Elven race here. They spent so much time and energy breeding so infrequently that they're basically just going to be running out forever. Okay. Oh, for goodness sake, go away. Come on. Come on. Okay. Well, I think there's a second katana-wielding mage elf that I have to defeat somewhere. I think he might be over here. So it's probably another... Yeah, he's up here somewhere. Some sort of gigantic crowd of them probably again. And yeah, I needed the keep key to get in here. There he is. Hello. Come on over here. Gods, kill them quickly before they ruin us all. Oh, come on. You... Again, similar to if you've played Wizardry 6 or 7, you can quite easily have gigantic encounters of, like, way too many people. I think this sword is actually not as good as the axe that I was using before in terms of damage, but it gives me an extra strike, or I guess like 2 hit, I should say, if you're familiar with D&D. Like it's a +1 to hit, probably. I think that's how it works. Don't quote me on it. Correct me, of course, if I'm wrong. Ooh, I think she might have dropped a... oh, there's a Bloodlust potion. I'm not sure what Bloodlust potions do and how they differ from power potions. Do they just give, like, extra damage or something? There. Oh, ow. I wonder if you can be the stereotypical Dark Souls heavy armor-wearing spellcaster. I mean, I shouldn't say that I was a heavy armor-using spellcaster with my divine magic. But I didn't really... There were a couple of damage spells for the Lord... Or, I mean, not the Lord, the Paladin class I was playing. Thinking wizardry style. But, like a lightning attack, but I tried to use it a couple of times, but maybe I just didn't put enough points into it, into the skill or something, but I just couldn't get a lot of damage out of it, to be honest. I was dead pretty quickly. Come on. Or I wasn't able to get enough damage and the enemies were killing me because I was just sitting there trying to cast a spell and it wasn't doing very much. Ugh. It is convenient just to pause it with the E button like that. Or sort of pause it. You know, if a spell is ready to go, it's just going to launch right at you. You have to be careful. If anyone has played the Dungeon Lords Steam edition, let me know about it, because I've heard that It's very, very different, as I said, but, you know, maybe it's good. You know, I listened to people saying that this was bad for a long time, and I was wrong about that. I quite enjoyed myself. Probably even more so than in some of Wizards and Warriors, to some degree. And I did like Wizards and Warriors quite a bit. Is that another blade? Oh no, that's him. Go away. Let me kill your guards first, okay? I'm in a bad position here, because his guards are just hammering me with arrows while he's taking up my time. Die. Die. Ow. I did no damage there. I was hit, knocked back, did nothing. This is just a mercenary, not an elite. I never saw very much benefit towards the shield use. Like a boss enemy like this, sure. See, because I am blocking there with my shield, which I think is a light shield still. I have like 3 or... Oh, I have for light shield. No, I just have 2 for light shield. Weapons do also have ranges, so I guess you can use them, again, in like a Soulsian kind of way to attack an enemy before they attack you, and you can get, oh my god. Actually, should I? Let's see. 50,000, that's quite a bit. I'll get my dexterity, vitality, and I'll get my medium weapons up a little bit. Might help my striking ability. There are pole weapons in this game, my favorite class of weapon, but I did not actually end up using them because I don't think paladins gain the ability to use heavy pole arms like halberds and so forth. But there are special classes that allow you to do that. Like, I think the Imperial class allows you to do that, I think. And also the fighter upgrade classes. I think when you get a fighter, you get to become a marauder, maybe? And that allows you to use, like, halberds and so forth. But as with most games, they're kind of... The game is kind of prejudiced in favor of sword weapons compared to other types. So... You know, this is what I went with. Oh no, I did not mean to take a cure poison potion. That was a mistake. There we go. I have 132 healing potions because I bought so many. They're very, very cheap. I think it's like 500 gold for 10 of them. So I just bought a huge amount. Come on. I'm glad this guy isn't using much of his spells, unlike the other guy. I wish I could be dual-wielding the katana like that, but apparently I'm not allowed to upgrade that until I'm epically powerful enough. I'm sorry I keep harping on that, but fighting like 10 to 15 ninjas and a spellcasting samurai. Where did that samurai learn spellcasting? You didn't get to learn it from being a samurai to me. To being, when I become a samurai, man. Come on. It's weird that he has, like, greenish blood. Did you notice that? Yeah. Maybe they didn't want to have, like, disgusting red blood. Ow. Why don't we keep spinning around when I get hit? Ow, 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 ow. Come on. Come on. There's not really any reactivity when your shield gets hit, so it doesn't feel as good as it does in the Souls games. And as far as I know, you can just do it forever. So it doesn't have the same... Whoa! I almost died there. In fact, I am going to save right now in the middle of combat. That would have been bad if I died there. Come on. Come on. Oh, by the way, when we recover the armor of the elves, it's actually something that has stats to it. like you could wear it and use it, but as far as I know, we can't. I think we have to advance the plot by returning the armor. So they went out of their way to actually show that, yeah, technically you could put this armor on and you could use it, but you have to give it away immediately afterwards, which is kind of a tease. Come on. How much blood could this guy possibly have left? Unless it's just like pickle juice from a jar of brine he has. Come on. There we go. And the tomb key. There we go. Okay, now I think I'm not going to go up here because I don't think we need to. And there's also a lot of people up here who are very angry and want to hurt me. Oh no, I think they're coming out. You know, I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go to that tomb. Not messing around with this. Oh god. Of course there's a horde back here. But they're mostly Dre. Elf mercenaries. Oh, I forgot to mention there's also lizard people. So that might have been cool to play as a lizard guy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Heal. Come on, out. I don't think these guys would be able to follow me down the elevator, but you never know. When I went up to go do some leveling, I found out that some of the some fairly large monsters that I thought I'd run away from had followed me somehow into the water across the lake I was in, and I had to reload. So, just to be on the safe side, might want to finish these guys off. But when you do go into like an official building, like a the blacksmith or the apothecary or something, the enemies do. I'm pretty sure they despawn once you do that. Ow, 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 ow. Some more healing. Come on. Pick up, pick up. There we go. And I think it was down here. No, that's not it. It's down. Here we go. All right. Lever. I think this is down into the tomb. And yes, it is. Now, I don't remember what the thing for this is, but I do know that it's dangerous if we screw it up. So I probably will reload if I get it wrong. And I did not get it wrong. Nice. Okay, this is looking very unpleasant because I think this might be the level where we need to go underwater, and I was not prepared for that. Be able to swim underwater and avoid damage from falls. I'll put a point into that. It's not much. I don't know what they mean by evasive leaps. Do they mean this? I basically never use this. But, I mean, if someone out there is like an expert at this game and knows how to use it, let me know. I forget how to dive. How do I dive under the water? Come on. It's like holding... Whatever it is, it's a little too complicated. So I'm trying to remember if this is... Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Blood gills? Jesus. I don't know how I went underwater there. That is a mystery to me. I was pressing random buttons, and this is giving me flashbacks to the crimson red fish in Wizardry 7. There we go. Alright, let's see. I think we have to go underwater over here to get into the correct area and gather 2... Please jump in the water, for God's sake. Why is it not easy? There we go. Jumping at least gives you there. And I think the special items that are the key items that we need to get where we're going are underwater in here. So we need to, like, swim in danger of losing our air and search for something on the ground, which could be easily missed. But thankfully I did not miss it on my first playthrough, you know. Purely through luck. Oh god, I think I just took damage there because, oh yeah, I'm taking damage because I'm underwater. Skull lever rod. There we go. That's one of 2 that I need. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. There we go. And so we got one of the 2 that we need. And this is a tomb, so there's some Angie undead in here. I'm trying to remember if there's any useful loot in here, but maybe I should just go in here for, like, extra XP. Also have to check to see if there are secret doors or buttons in here. One weird thing I found, and let me know if anyone's experienced this, but there was one point in the game where I needed to hit a secret switch in order to continue with the plot. Like, you needed to do this to complete the game. It was not optional. And it was invisible. Or not invisible, but I could see it, but I couldn't touch it. I couldn't interact with it without several points in the Find Secret Objects ability. And I couldn't believe that because, it, you know, first off, it was so obviously there. It's not like I needed any special skill to find it. I could see it with my bare eyes. But it was just that you needed to have this skill. Like, what if there were respawning enemies in the room, but what if you just didn't have the experience points there, or you didn't put it together that you were supposed to be able to see that, and you just got stuck there? That would be horrible. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Alright. Inventory. Alright. So this one is 2, 3, 1. There we go. Don't think there's anything of real value there, but that's alright. And this one is 2, 3, 1 again. A sword, that might be good. And this next area might have a very dangerous ghost enemy that I may not be able to defeat, so we'll see how tough he is. You can also summon in creatures, unfortunately. I think this creature is also what is guarding the armor that we have to get. Oh god. Did he have to summon these guys in here? I do like the ghouls that there. That's these bone club-wielding things here. Or maybe he's not even spawning them in. They're just, like, automatically coming in somehow. Because of the room we're in. This is very dangerous. Is it just going to be an infinite spawn of undead? I guess that's possible. Ow, 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 ow. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. There is a Dispel Undead spell. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's a but it's not that great. It just hits one enemy, and it does do a little bit of damage to them, but no, I mean, you're going to basically be able to hit them with, do the same with your melee attack, so it's not really a lot of point to using it. There is a Dispel Evil ability that you can get later on in the game, which does basically the same thing, except it does it in like a circular radius around you. So I can definitely see why that could be useful in a situation like this, where I have a horde of undead. But by the time you get it, it's, I mean, it's okay. It's alright. It'd be better if, you know, paladins and clerics could have, they're called adepts in this game, clerics, had just like a natural Dispel Undead ability. And I'm poisoned. Wow, okay. Or at least ghouls can poison you. That is not something I knew. Come on. You filthy, no good wraith, or whatever you are. And I seem to be hitting everyone else but him. Okay. I noticed the enemies seem to have stopped spawning in. You know, tentatively I'll say that. I hope. Go, come on. Ooh, he just hit his own guy there with that. Nice. Come on, die, come on. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Jeez. Probably the worst aspect of spells is that they, not the damage they do, it's just that they stop you from attacking, which is very, very frustrating. Dungeon Ghoul. You can get these bones as a weapon, by the way, but I don't think they're especially good. Okay, and I have no ability to open that. This one I might be able to open. So this is 3, 1, 2. 3, 1, 2. And I just got some lockpicks there. That's not much. Can I open this? Yes, I can. But it's level 7. Locks on doors with objects. Nope, still 1%. 6% though now. I mean, 25%. Okay. So we've got 2, 3, 1. Oh, slimes. And this is what the poison thing is. I didn't want to get infected, but I thought I might as well show you. I can't attack right now or use a potion. I just have to, like, walk away and allow them to hit me. And it is the most miserably frustrating thing in probably any RPG, to have your power taken away from you where you can't attack if you're, grabbed by an enemy or forced to do something like gag and choke. But I think this is actually an interesting idea that they to put into these games. I'm just not crazy about it being in swarms of enemies like this that can do it over and over again, like in groups of 7 or 8. That might be a little bit extreme. Come on. Ow. Admittedly, though, later on in the game, like maybe midway point, maybe around there of the game, you can actually find an item called a gas mask, and it functions exactly like you think it would, and you're completely immune to gas attacks after that point, which is really cool. Okay, I think I'm going to try to go back the way that I came and go left rather than right. So I think is something I should do. And there are piranhas chasing me. Good. Good. You can mostly outrun enemies, I noticed, when you're out just swimming you know, in a lake outside, but when you're in this tightly confined space, it's a little bit difficult to do. Do not run. I'm hearing the Sonic the Hedgehog music. If you know what I'm talking about, the dun 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 music going through my head when I'm doing this. Okay. I'm nearly dead. Ow. Ow. There is one of the celestial spells that you can get is an air spell where you can stay underwater and not lose for as long as the spell lasts and not lose any health, but I didn't bother purchasing it because because I didn't think I thought this was in another dungeon. I got confused. Even though it's not, I mean, it's not super useful anyway. And because I have so many potions, I guess it doesn't really matter. I need one more of those dungeon... What are they called again? Skull lever rods. I'm not entirely certain if you continue to lose air if you pause the game like that by going into the menu, but I would not put it past this game to do that. I feel like maybe you would continue to run out of air if you were paused in the game. Come on. Where are you, Skull Lever Rod? Oh shit, I think I missed it. Okay. Alright, come on. And heal and give a double. Okay. I think it must be back there, probably, at that turn that I did not take next to Albuquerque. Okay. As far as I know, there are only 2 aquatic enemies in the game, the piranha and those giant prehistoric-looking fish. I forget what the name of those fish are, that like jaw fish, whose name I don't recall from science class. Okay, I think it's down here somewhere. Ow. Come on. I hope I can't actually like run out of air and die separate from my health. Please, ow. Darn it. Go away. Oh, good lord, did I miss it? Please don't let that be the case. Okay, I think it's in the water, not in one of these tombs, but I'm going to take a look anyway, just to make sure. The sound effects in the game are really good. They have a very crunchy, kind of loud growl to these enemies, which is very nice. Well, those ghouls look... Are those the same kind of ghouls, or are they different? They look sort of purplish compared to the other ones. No, same thing, dungeon ghoul. I heard recently on Twitter that someone was talking about the origin of the idea of ghouls in Lovecraft, and he mentioned that ghouls were not undead, but they were people that ate the undead. And I want to know, I don't recall that at all. I thought they were just the standard like Arabic ghoul things where they were just eat people. But does anyone remember anything in Lovecraftian stories where they ate the undead? I don't remember at all. I'll have to check my Call of Cthulhu book about that. Maybe it's in there and I just forgot it. Come on. This game does sound like it would be a ton of fun to play with another person, you know. Just exploring around, but, you know, I don't think I could, I don't really know anybody else that owns the game Dungeon Lords, so I don't know how we would be able to do that. I mean, probably even back then it would have been difficult. Come on, you filthy ghoul. There. God. Alright. Now, is there a secret? I don't see any buttons back here. Okay, this one is 132. Nope, no rod. And this one is 321. Nope, it must be in the water somewhere. All right. Where are you, little dungeon rod, or wherever the heck you are? Is that a treasure chest? Yes, it is. Huh. Please do not run out of oxygen while I'm down here. So it's 321. Oh, I am running out of oxygen while I'm doing this. Thank you, D.W. Bradley. Thank you so much. Come on, climb. There we go. But now I don't know how to get back down. It should really just be a simple... I don't know how I did that. It just, I was hitting random combat buttons and it happened. Oh boy, now I'm back in the same area I was. Where the hell is this other dungeon doodle? Because I'm almost certain I need 2. Okay, oh, slime. Poison slimes, perfect. Wonder if I can just do this. Nope, then they start getting out. Perfect. Archery seems to really involve you moving very, very quickly back and forth between areas, so you're not constantly being hit or... how... Can I... Ah, Jesus. Or trapping an enemy in a dangerous area. Oh, I'm being attacked by fish now. Perfect. Where is this stupid other dungeon thing? Can I hit you from here? Yes, I can. But you can hit me. Perfect. They really should just be able to do that poison spray thing one time per encounter. They shouldn't be able to just hit it over and over and over again. Please do not come out here. You do have infinite arrows, I'll give them that. That's very handy. But I worry that you have infinite arrows because you need like hundreds and hundreds of them to effectively hurt enemies, so it's kind of a good and bad situation there. Hello? Okay. Are there any secrets? Yes, there are. There's a secret button here. Oh! Oh, that's the armor. I thought you had to go through the thing to get there. That's weird. Okay, so this is... 3, 2, 1. All right. 3, 2, 1. No, I'm at 312. Crap. All right. So this is 213. There we go. Bats. Perfect. The most annoying enemies in the game. And weirdly enough, later on in the game, more likely to spawn bats. You'd think that the bat, the winged rat, would be like an early game only enemy. Nope, they actually get more common later on for some reason, which is... It's a choice. It's definitely a choice. But what are you going to do? Please die. I guess bat wings are a powerful apothecary element, so you'd want a lot of them to drop, but still. Okay, let's try again. I'm going to use a master lockpick this time, just in case. Okay, so we have 3, 2, 1. Oh, a helmet. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, as soon as I take this armor, the door is going to shut and it will not open until I kill all the enemies in here. Yep. And it's probably going to be the thing where it spawns in tons of people, like before. Yep. Yes, it is. Okay. Potion of power. Jeez. Probably the most dangerous thing about all of the spells in the game is that they completely coat your character with colorful lights. So you can't actually see what, if anything, your character is doing. Like, see? I'm just covered in purplish white light. And, am I attacking? Am I being hit? What's going... I have no idea. It's just really annoying. And, again, probably something that should have been removed, but whatever. That potion of power didn't last very long, did it? That spin that the character always does in the combo is of questionable value. A lot of the time I seem to be, ridiculously just spinning around in place. I mean, I actually hate the spinning around thing. That seems to be ubiquitous in fantasy games when you use swords or bladed weapons, because you, of course, would never expose your back to an opponent in a fight. You would never, spin around like that. There's no way any actual martial art that you actually intend to use in combat rather than just, performance thing would ever actually want you to turn your back to an enemy. That would be absurd. So it always kind of annoys me to see it. Still not quite halfway gone. Oh, my helmet broke. Crap. You broke my helmet. I can get an official, samurai-looking helmet, though, at least. I will try it again later. I don't know if the manual specifically explains how much strength impacts your penalty score and how much of it is based on your armor skill score. Or if they exactly delineate that. I'll have to take a look at it in the manual. I don't have the physical manual. I'll have to try to find it somewhere online. Does not look like any more undead are spawning in. Nice. Come on. This guy has a lot of health. Wow. We almost died there. I do think that our reward for beating this quest is a pretty nice ring. And you can wear 4 magic rings at a time, which is nice. It's better than the usual 2. Although not as high as the every single finger you have, like in Might and Magic 6. But, I'll take what I can get. I'll take what I can get. Okay, come on, please. You have to embrace death. There we go. Soul Stone. Okie dokie. So I think we can just leave now. Unless we want to save that guy who is kidnapped, which I guess we could do. I don't remember if there is specifically much of a reward for... Maybe the Apothecary lady gives a reward. I don't know. Okay. So that's 2, 3-1. Okay. Oh my god, it's a ghost. These guys can freeze you. These are really dangerous. We might have to just run. They don't have a... Whoa! Yep, like this. And I can't move. I'm frozen in ice. Yep. I can't use a potion. I can't do anything. There is a spell that you can get later on, one of the celestial spells. I'm just going to reload. I can't. This is bullcrap. I should have just run away. One of the celestial spells you can get actually does allow you to just undo any kind of paralysis or freezing, or there's another like thorn spell that like entangling vines. I think it's one of the druid spells in D&D or something like that. And it does undo all of that, but because the enemy can just cast it over and over again, it's questionable whether it's really valuable. Oh, perfect, and I'm taking damage. Come on. Almost there. You're almost there. It feels like you should be able to, like a hardy, strong person should be able to hold their breath for longer than this guy is, to be honest. Come on. Come on. There we go. We got it. Nice. Okay. So, let us head down here to see if I guess we can try to rescue it. Whoa. I forgot there were wolves down here. Who gets wolves in their house? In their basement? Freaky elves. Love of the natural land and all that crap. No respect for good hard stone over their heads. I suppose we could try to save that idiot. Ow. Come on. There's definitely a risk to using archery because of how slow it is. Because, you know, you could clearly get another enemy, like a random encounter spawn here at any moment. So, it's questionable whether I should even be using this. But I thought that because archery is one of the special skills of the samurai that we get a bonus to, I might as well use it. I forgot about that. You do get like a special bonus score, bonus to your damage for your special things if you're like a samurai, or I guess rangers would get a really high archery bonus. Ow, 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 ow. There we go. Too much of a distraction to go find that guy. Oh no. Because I remember when I first did this, I actually came down this direction first, so I got really confused because I didn't know where the armor was, and I was just running around, you know, with no clue of what to do. What's my experience like? Ooh, 250 grand, that's pretty good. Come on. Like, imagine if you were fighting zombies, and they're one of the most basic type of enemies in all video games, really. You know, just standard walking corpses. Like, imagine if you really emphasize the horror of the zombie by smell, and when your character walked up to it, everyone that says they've ever smelled a dead body, they say that it's one of the most horrifying things imaginable, and they never wish to smell it again. And it actually could cause people to start vomiting and retch. And what if your character did that in a game when they went up against a foe like a zombie? I think that would be a really interesting way to add some spice to a video game make you start like gagging and retching. Oh dear lord. When a zombie showed up. Some of the encounters that you fight in the game, I think, are predetermined. Like these wolves I remember fighting in pretty much the exact same numbers in the exact same area. These two sets of wolves. So these are hunting wolves, by the way, the stronger version of them. Not the wild wolves we were fighting before. Ooh, yay! I love grape robbing. It's my favorite thing to do. I mean, they're dead. They don't need it anymore, right? Right? I mean, I'm not the bad guy here. Oh my god. More water? Really? Alright, this better be worth it. I'm almost certain it's not worth it. Oh, wait. Oh, no, I don't need to go underwater, do I? This... Oh, wait, there are enemies in here, aren't there? No, I bet there are. In the water, I mean. That I think we may need to go... down there. Maybe. I'll see about it. There really just needs to be a dive button just to go under the water, but I don't... Oh, well. Okay. What is up here? I don't even remember. Do they list the apothecary's name? Oh, there's in the woods called find Erlenmeyer's flask, which is like based on the chemistry thing, Erlenmeyer's flask. I like little jokes like that. It's Fathien, Fargrove. No, it doesn't really say anything about the apothecary's son. That's just like an unlisted side mission, I guess, that you can choose to do or not if you feel like it. Okay. And... okay, I do remember this little side tower thing from the last playthrough, but I'm not sure if I'm on the right track to find the apothecary's son. Okay, it looks like 1, 2, 3. I don't even pay attention to what kind of trap it says, because all of them are kind of uniformly not very dangerous. So I don't even bother looking, to be honest. Oh god. Hordes of tiny spiderlings. And they can poison me. I think I'm probably going to begin to run out of... I think this might be where I ran out of poison, cure poison last time, too. Die. Die, you miserable bugs. There we go. Okay. Oh, I got 12 left. That's good. I must have found some from enemies. It'd be cool if you were playing a samurai game and you could actually use the kote as a shield to block ranged weapons. That would be pretty cool to like get arrows lodged in them or something. Oh dear god. These miserable, stupid bats. These might be the most annoying enemies in the game. I don't even know how they're hitting me. Are they biting me? Are they scratching me? If you're going to put bats in the game, I think they should base them off of bats called flying foxes, which are like these gigantic bats with like 4-foot-long wingspans. They're really cool and kind of scary looking. Come on. Please just die. I did hear that there is actually a special weapon that you can get where you can summon bats to fight for you. So that is kind of neat that you can use something that's so obnoxious to you to be really obnoxious to the enemy. Okay. Oh, I didn't show you the thing we got. Here it is. Argalia of Erlendorn. Heavy armor. Armor plus 18. And a bunch of resistances. And we just can't use it. Ooh, this is samurai armor, I think. Can we use it? No, we can't identify it, but penalty would go up a bit. But okay, I think I'm just going to reload here if I screw up these jumps. Yes, got it. And there we go. Yeah, I think this is where the guy is. The alchemist's son or daughter? I don't remember. There he is, Vetrian Malvolin. Really, one? Okay, think we... Okay, let's see what... Oh, God, there are people in here. Oh, and there's zombies. Oh, and there's stronger versions of zombies, I think. Oh, no, wait, zombies are an actual enemy in the game, I think, that you run into later. They're different from these skeleton guys. Now, I think when we try to rescue this dude, if we fail to unlock the door, I'm trying to remember if this is correct or not, then it will say it's jammed and it's done. We can't open it. It's basically locked forever. I don't think I ever found a key specifically for these doors, if I remember right. Maybe it's out there, I don't know, but I never found it. So I'm just going to try to reload then if I miss it, if I screw it up. And I'm going to see what these, if anything, these magic lockpicks will do. Okay. Okay. Let's try to get this up just a Scotiarino. There we go. Now it's at 50%. Now that's a little better. 75% in fact. Okay. So we have 2, 1, 3. You won't believe what happened to me. I know what happened to you. Hey! Hey. One night I slipped into the castle just for fun. The next thing I know, guards were surrounding me and I was brought here. At first I thought they were trying to scare me, but after a few weeks they told me the council had sentenced me to jail for being a thief. They said I would have to stay here for a while, months and maybe a year. Then a few months ago there was a loud boom and it sounded like the castle was falling apart. No one has been in here since then. I've had to eat rats and roaches. My name is Vetrian, and now that I'm free, I'm heading home to Arindale. So he just slipped into the castle of his family's sworn arch-enemies for some fun. So he's an idiot. Ask about the Argalia. It doesn't matter because we already have it. Okay, you're going home. All right. Oop. I hope mother and father aren't too worried about me. Well, you don't actually have a father anymore because I killed him. With the help of your mother. So, you know, good luck with your therapy about that. And remember that you caused all of this, so, you know, well, kind of. It's not really your fault, but kind of it's your fault. Guess I'll try to get in here. So it's 2, 3, 1. There we go, and I can't unlock it. Perfect. How much do I need for 30 grand and then 60 grand? Yeah, I think I'm going to leave this for right now. That's a little too extreme for me. And giant spiders. Perfect. Perfect. Gigantic spiders. Ow. Please don't poison me. Please don't. Oh, they poisoned me. Perfect. That's perfect. You know, something is bothering me, though. What was the lever for, then? I could have sworn that the lever was needed to get the Argalia, but it wasn't. So, what was the point of that exactly? Oh god, really? Can I not get up? Alright, there's a treasure chest down here. Oh no, you know what, I'm reloading, I'm not doing that. No way. Again, it's not fair. It's save scumming, but whatever. I'm playing a role-playing game. I'm not a masochist. Can I walk up this? Oh, I can. I didn't know that. I don't think I was supposed to be able to do that, but whatever. No, I guess I can leave now? Maybe? Why would I not want to leave, though? Is there just, like, more loot, possibly? I guess so. I'm still... Oh my god. Oh lord, come on, go away. Jesus, these are tough guys. Nope, there's even more up here. Oh good lord. I think I remember this encounter with these scorpions too. This may be another set encounter. Oh my god, these guys are really strong for my level. You ever experience that vertigo when you go from beating a game and being in the last couple of levels of the game and being super powered and then starting the game again and getting this sensation of being incredibly weak all over again, and it's completely unfamiliar? Oh my god, look at this. Are they spawning? Are there more? Dear lord, look at this. Okay, I killed one. There's just 50 more. You know, it's important to see this because I am trying with this video to try to get people interested in the game, even though it's hard to find nowadays in its original form. I do think it's an excellent game, and it is worth playing if you go in there knowing with some of the oddities and headaches with it. And one of those oddities and headaches is that you will occasionally be confronted by vastly overwhelming numbers of enemies for no particular reason that the game says, I hate you for a few seconds, and then you just have to do it. But, you know, despite these moments, the game is still worth it. I still can't quite get over those extremely negative reactions. Like, maybe back in the mid-2000s, people were just nastier in the reviews online about games, and people are a little bit more circumspect nowadays. But that was just so extreme. Because, like I said, I'm having a heck of a good time with this game. Despite the minor headaches here and there, it's still excellent. And it would have been nice if D.W. Bradley continued making games, but I think he might have done one more game after this, and then he left the industry, as far as I know, and is no longer working in gaming. Which is a shame, because he's really a talented person. Okay, 50% chance. All right. So, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2. Hope there are some good items mixed in here. I'm not sure. I think that the chests are randomized to some degree, like with the old wizardry games, but... Oh, I remember where this is. Okay, yeah, we are down... I remember where we are. Okay, this just circles back. That's not a big thing, then. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, samurai armor. Not that I need it now, but whatever. 3, 1, 2. I think that might have been Imperial armor. Please do not respawn enemies in this room. That always seems to spawn enemies every time I walk through it. Please do not do that. Do not do that. No enemies. Alright then. Now I just have to remember where the exit is. Down this way? Yeah, there we go. I think that's the exit. Now, I think when we... Uh-oh, wait. I forgot these guys are here. Now, I think when we turn in this quest, the House Fathien representative is going to turn on us, and the king is going to help us kill him. But I don't think he is too difficult. I really didn't find too many secret doors in this game, but maybe that's just because I didn't put any points into that search ability, or whatever it's called. Scout. Supposedly scouting also makes the mini-map better, but I don't know what they mean by that, really, because the mini-map is, like... I know, maybe it like shows different objects on the mini-map or something. Like, maybe I think maybe that might be what it do. Like, it shows hostile enemies as a little red dot on the mini-map and shows items or something. Because right now it's not doing that, but that really doesn't seem terribly useful, to be honest. There we go. How many potions do I have, by the way? 104. Okay. That's quite a few potions. That's pretty with the moon out like this. I do like that they took the extra effort to put that day-night cycle in, even though it's kind of not useful. Whatever. It's always a nice, sweet little bonus for us. I'm a little worried about this area, though, because this is one of the areas where I actually encountered a fire dragon, like just as a random spawn, which seems like a real troll, because I know the fire drake nest is near here where we got the egg, but this is not the area, the time of the game where you should be fighting dragons. Like, even late in the game, dragons are no joke. At this stage, they would just turn me into a marshmallow in 5 seconds. Okay. Get my medium armor up a little bit. Yes, I can. And I can probably get this up. Whoop, whoop. I think we might be getting an experience bonus and a gift from both the Apothecary lady and the lady we met in the inn whose family had the armor stolen initially. Okay, just some wolves. Just 3? Yeah, just 3 of them. Enemies do like to surround you in this game. You know, that is something I do have to give in favor of the AI. That does make it difficult when they clearly try to circle around and tear you apart from different sides. It makes it a lot more difficult, and you constantly have to extricate yourself from the circle, the cauldron where they're trying to boil you, as it were. Okay, there we go. Now, let's go and talk. Come on. It's taking a while to get there, but we're getting there. The Elven City is kind of pretty. I do like it. The best weapon that I ever found in the game that I ended up using up until the final boss was called the Katana of the Sun. And it was actually better than even some of the bigger heavy weapons I found, like some great swords and so forth. So I ended up using that a heck of a lot. So I'm probably going to use that on this build too eventually, but that's something we get like way later in the game. Okay, here is the Council of Elders, or whatever this is called. The Hall of Lords. Now let us go turn in this quest. By Dagon's beard, what spirit of an elven ancestors guards your neck? Whee! Okay, I got the armor. Yeah, I can have it back. Give Argalia. At last, the Argalia of Arindale is found. Guards, arrest him. Arrest Vicus Fathien now. No, you may have uncovered our plot, but perhaps I might still save House Fathien from ruin. Die, Lord Glebrian, at the hand of House Fathien! You know, it'd be really... I know that the armor is like an ancestral part of their culture or whatever, but, you know, I am trying to save the world here. You know, to be honest, that makes a pretty compelling argument about capitalism in RPGs, where literally if you're trying to save the world, people will still charge you money, you know, while you're trying to do it. That probably will happen in reality. Okay, you have saved my life, and perhaps the Elven nation as well. The treachery of Fathien House is beyond comprehension, and their shame shall never be forgotten. But let the Elven nation also remember your noble deed, and this great day in our history. Okay, so, ooh, the Elven Sword of Speed, nice. 10,000 gold, 25,000 XP, I got some honor. Futher, I think that's supposed to say further. Further, I have ordered the name of House Masume to be returned to its former stature, once more an honorable family among the Elven nation. It is my hope that the young woman Nariko Masume may fill this noble house with joy once again. I am certain she will wish to thank you herself for her heroic deeds. And now, might there be some special favor I can do for you? I seek audience with Emmindor. In this world, what one sees... Emmindor is not well and has made it clear that he must not be disturbed. There are grave winds rapidly approaching these lands, and his time is running out. You have proven your trust, and so I will share with you the secret of the great tower where he resides, though whether he grants you audience will be up to him. In this world, what one sees is only a mere reflection. To see the truth, one must look in a mirror. This magic mirror will reveal the way inside the great tower within the mists. Can you help Lord Davenmore? Perhaps a worthy request, but one of many consequences for the Elven nation. Upon my honor, I will take this matter to heart and will do what can be done. What he's saying there is that no, he's not going to do anything, because he doesn't, and we have to save him. Okay, don't think you have anything new to say. Alright, fare thee well, noble one! Yay! Okie dokie. So let us go chat. Hail, noble one! See, they're being nice to me now. And all I had to do was save their entire civilization from ruin, and suddenly they're nice to me, you know? That's how things go. I never actually tried to go back to the king wearing the armor. Like, do you think you would get furiously angry at me if I did that, and, like, tell the guards to arrest me? It's doubtful you'd be able to use heavy armor at this point anyway, but... maybe. Okay. Apothecary lady. Keep wanting to call her Elvira, but her name is Elvithra. Oh, I still can't talk to her. That's weird. Hello? Okay. Well, maybe I have to go to Misume first. Ugh. I hate when games make you do that. Like, you have to do something in some precise order in order to do it. Like, come on. Or maybe I did something wrong and I can't get it or something. I don't know. Who knows? There's always some nonsense with games that you have to put up with. Wee. What? I do like they made a little bit of effort to make the Elven area look a little bit distinct with these shining crystals and everything here. That does look pretty cool. Let's see if the Elven Sword of Speed is better than my katana. Ooh. Yes, it very much is. Okay, so I'm going to have to use that from now on. I did use this a lot in my paladin character as one of my primary weapons for a while. Oh. That's what a lot of this game is just running back and forth from different areas. I do very rarely get monster attacks in Emmindor. Or what is it? Arindale? What is the name of this town? Whatever it is, but hardly ever get any random encounters here. And we can still use our inn key, even though it's been many days since we were here. And walk the path of the dragon. There we go. Blade Dancer and 5,000 experience and more honor. My family and I are truly thankful for your great courage and kindness. House Masumi is once again a noble house of the Elven nation. Our name and honor redeemed by your heroism. Please accept this gift as a measure of our appreciation. It belonged to my father, and may it honor you as well. Okay, and I think, where are we? There we go. Damage plus 5%, speed plus 50. Speed isn't one of these things. I forget where speed is exactly, but that is pretty darn good. We are look how fast we are now. We can do a lot more damage. And now we can go to Emmindor. That's the whole reason we came here to Arindale, was to talk to Emmindor about the sacred relic that we uncovered in the crypt. And we can ask him what we need to do with it to stop the big evil MacGuffin man from trying to summon demons and destroy the world. And might as well save there. The game has not crashed at all on this playthrough, thankfully. So on my first one, there were definitely maybe three within the first few hours, and then after that, maybe at most 2 or 3 more. So we did pretty good, I think. Let's go chat with Emmindor in his magical tower of magic. There it is, and I spent a lot of time running around here in my first playthrough trying to figure out what to do before I realized what I needed to do. Using Magic Mirror. Enter the Tower of Emmindor. There we go. And this is not Emmindor, this is his servant. Your visit is unexpected and unwelcome. My master Emmindor is not well and wishes to see no one. Ever since the passing of his mentor, Galdrin, my master has been unwell and of ill mood. He remains locked in his tower day and night and refuses to see anyone. I fear for his health and I don't know what to do. Galdrin was a great friend to my master, and Emmindor still grieves for his tragic loss. What's that you say, a relic of Galdrin? I'm sorry, whatever it is, my master will see no one. I can't help you. You've wasted your time coming here. Now please leave. Farewell. I was waiting for something to happen. I think that he's supposed to call him or something like that, and then he changes his mind. It's something really weird and frustrating. Are you sure? You sure you don't want me to go up? Hey. Elderon. That's very strange. Maybe I need to go back to Fargrove and save the thing there. I thought that he was supposed to say, wait a minute, actually, yeah, there we go. I had to click on the door. That is so obnoxious. Okay, my master wishes to see you. They actually want you to go try to leave, and then it's going to stop you from leaving, and then you can go up. That is titanically frustrating. Don't ever do... What is the point of that? I should have just gone up and seen him. Or he should have interrupted him in the middle of the conversation with his servant. Okay. At least I got these cakes to look at. I mean, that's pretty nice. I mean, take a look at them cakes. It's worse than the Telvanni towers. Alright, where are you? There we go. You have gone through great trials to meet me, and so I would know the truth of you and your errand, that you risk so much to venture to Arindale and gain audience with this aged elf. I believe I heard you claim that you found Galdrin's horn. Is this true? Yes. A very bold claim. Will you let me examine the horn? Yes. So it is true. Very remarkable that you have come by it. If I know my old friend Galdrin, he has left a secret message for us. Ah yes, here upon the end, the Circle of Talendor. Only someone familiar with Galdrin's secrets would recognize this symbol. Talendor was Galdrin's castle. It was destroyed by the armies of Lord Barrowgrim and the evil wizard Volgar, after the dark day of the conspiracy within the Circle of Mages. The symbol refers to an inner sanctum, the Chamber of Spirits. The horn presents a delicate dilemma. Only here within these tower walls am I protected from Volgar and his allies. Outside and unaided, my magic is no match for theirs. Until the day I discover the means to bring Volgar down, I must remain a prisoner within my own sanctuary. And yet, in our hands we hold perhaps a final message from Galdrin. We must learn of its meaning. Upon your honor, I must beseech you to take Galdrin's horn to the ruins of Talendor, and therein find the Chamber of Spirits, amongst the castle ruins. It is only there that the message of Galdrin has placed within the horn can be revealed. Remember well the secret of the horn, then hasten your return to me here. Take the ring of Talendor. Galdrin gave it to me long ago, and you will need its magic to counter the Chamber of Spirits. I seek Voldane. Yet more troubling news you reveal. I fear these events run deeper than any suspect. I know little of this man, Voldane, save that he is the son of Lord Graymer of Rothan, and as favor to the father was appointed to post by Lord Devonmore to strengthen the fragile alliance between their two kingdoms. Okay. I seek Elwyn. The Lady Elwyn is missing? I have not heard this news and must ponder its meaning. If the Lady Elwyn has left the safety of Fargrove, she is in mortal peril. I fear Lord Devonmore is soon lost with the aid and wise counsel of Galdrin. I will give this further thought, but there is little I can do here. Were I to invoke any spell to penetrate beyond these tower walls, Volgar and the Circle of Mages could tap into the magical stream and possibly destroy me. The risk is too great, for should I fall, no one would remain to stand and challenge them. Yeah, you see, I have to stay here in this secret magic tower where no one can get me, because just in case I go out of the tower, then the guy that, we're trying to stop might hurt me. So I have to stay in here forever unless he hurts me, just in case I need to go out later and try to stop him from hurting people. You follow that? Emmindor! Do not play games with me, impetuous one. How dare you share forbidden secrets with outsiders? Yes, it is I, Volgar. Are you surprised to see me? Did you really believe your elven protections could shield you forever? Well, major racism against the elves there. By order of the Circle, I sentence you to death. As for your allies, wherever they are, the Circle will hunt them down and destroy them. Invoke the power of Galdrin's horn. I invoked it. Oh, there we go. He disappeared. You okay? Volgar's bite has lashed me deep, though I will recover soon enough. But now he knows about you, and this leaves no time to waste. Galdrin's horn saved us for the moment, but Volgar will be better protected for the next encounter, as must we. Take Galdrin's horn to the ruins of Talendor and find the Chamber of Spirits. Who said Chamber of Secrets? We must learn the secret Galdrin left behind. Downstairs are many spellbooks and magic baubles. You are free to take whatever might be of use to you to aid you in this quest. Now leave me, for I must tend to my injuries. Okay, alright. Fine. Really don't see a reason you couldn't come out and try to help me. I mean, might as well. I'm the one risking my neck here for everybody. Okay, come on. Master, what has happened? And refreshingly, these cabinets are not locked. We can just take them. I wonder what would happen if you tried to rob them before going up. Do I need to talk to you? No. Maybe they would be locked when you, with really powerful locks before you went up there or something. Whee! Okie dokie diddly do. Let's go take a look at the House of the Tiger and see what they have to say about the quest that we performed, because I think we may also get extra experience, because technically this was a quest that we were doing for them as well. as Misume, so they maybe give us some extra, little bit of cherry on top of what we already got for experience, maybe. Ushi Tamaka. Oh, we do. Oh, we got the tiger. I gotta go with the tiger. Would anyone really ever pick the merchant, really? The House of Tiger commends you for your path well taken. You have met the tiger and achieved victory, and your initiation into the House of Tiger is complete. As a disciple of our ways, you are entitled to promote your class and acquire special skills and training. Yeah, I know, but I can't really do that right now because I am too weak to fight that guy. Okay, let's just take a look at a bunch of our junk. I think that might be Imperial armor. A little expensive to identify some of this stuff, but not everything. Ooh, a sai. Shuriken. I love when we can get to the point of the game where you've played it so much, you can actually identify a bunch of the items. That's a heavy shield, I didn't know that. Like, I can probably identify half of the crap here. Rusted axe. Don't need the dwarven axe anymore. Ooh, katana +1. Ooh, and silver wakizashi. I will get rid of the regular katana, keep the katana +1. I mean, the Elven Sword of Speed is probably going to be always better than that, but Barbed Fang Tip. No, we don't really need that. Fathien Longbow, 2-6 versus 3-6. Penalty. We don't need the Fathien Longbow. And we don't really need heavy armor. Samurai armor, which we already have it, but... yeah, 11. So we can get rid of that. And the chainmail. Imperial leggings. Let's see, studded pants we don't really need. Target shield we don't. Sickle axe, no. Fang tip blade. Bone club sounds kind of cool, but we're going to get rid of that. Sai. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Heavy shields, not even going to bother identifying these. I don't need these. And there are one heck of a lot of them. Because for some reason the game doesn't let you collect endless duplicates of certain weapons, but shields, it seems to always do that for some strange reason. Knight's belt, we don't really need that. Elven spirit shield we're going to keep. Maybe we can use that later. Short sword. Basic katana, basic elven sword we don't need. Basic wakizashi we don't need. Okay, Imperial leggings and Imperial mail. It's armor 11, armor 11. Parry +1, and this is strike +1. So Imperial mail, I guess I'm going to sell because it's very similar to that. And should I keep the Imperial leggings? I guess for now I'll keep the Imperial leggings. Repair some of my stuff here. Ooh, it's kind of expensive. Studded boots. And let's put the Imperial leggings on. That looks a lot better. My penalty is there, but whatever. And I will, Ring of Talendor. Armor +4. I'll gladly keep that. Sell. Chain leggings. Okay, Samurai Kabuto. We'll buy that. And Samurai Sunyate. Although the Imperial boots are better. But I think I'll buy the Sunyate. Helmet and boots. So we're fully kitted out in Samurai gear. Nice. Or Imperial gear is also there, I guess, but whatever. Trade. Studded boots. I think that's basically what we are going to keep for now. And we still have a small penalty there. Let's see what that will do. No penalty. Be around 130,000 to get the medium weapons up more. Could not be great. Let's take one final trip to the Apothecary. Okay, I'm going to go to the Apothecary to see if she's going to give us something now. Maybe she won't, and I did the quest wrong or something, but last time I'm pretty sure she did give us a reward. But maybe I had to do the quest differently or something like that. But after I go to the Apothecary, I think I'm actually going to go and try to fight the Ronin guy again. Even if he kills me instantly, I do want to, I've been talking it up so much, I want you to see this vicious ninja assault go on, just to see what's going to happen. Just to show it to you, just to see if I can maybe do it. Okay. Can you talk to me now? Nope, I screwed this quest up and her son is not coming back. Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to cut to the ninja assault. Okay, I think we're here. I think we're close to the ninja assault, if I remember correctly. I gave this area wide berth after I initially came here. Okay, careful. Careful. Don't want to run into any ninjas just yet. Probably just around here. Careful. Oh god, bats. Stupid bats again. Leave me... Oh, and scorpions. Perfect. Leave me alone. Okay. So I think there's ninjas down here. Have to be very careful. Where are they? Could be anywhere. Wait. That's them. There they are. Oh boy. Okay, do I have... Ooh, I do have Summon Undead. Which I did not have last... Yep, these are the ninjas. God, look at these guys. They're devastating. Ah, they got set on fire by their own guy. Nice. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Look at how much damage they're doing. Jeez. I like how they're wearing bright red. It reminds me of, like, ninja costumes from 80s movies, like for that Westerners made, like American Ninja, if you've ever seen those. Yeah, they're going down a tiny bit easier than last time, but that's not saying much. Oh my god, do you see that? Tore me to shreds. Oh my god, and there's Hidia Ashuga. Oh dear lord. It does kind of make me want to test out the ninja class, because you can become a ninja too. And I wonder how devastating you could actually be compared to these ninjas. There was one enemy I fought very close to the end of the game called the Ninja Lord. And he was one of the toughest enemies in the entire game. He nearly destroyed me in a couple of well-placed punches. Okay, I got 1, 2, 3. You know what? I don't care. I'm save scumming this. I'm actually doing not bad. I'm save scumming in the middle of the battle. Sue me. Okay, there's one more left. Whoa. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. You hit me with a fireball. You got me with a fireball. Okay, it's just you and me, Hideo. I keep on calling him Hideo. Ow. Okay, well. I'm much faster than I was last time with this sort of speed, so that is very much helping. My armor is a little better, but it's not like super better. It's like a couple of points higher in the chest and legs, and I guess a few points higher in the feet and head, so that's pretty good. But I'm really, really worried about some random bullcrap enemy showing up in the middle of all this and interrupting this battle. Because it's going okay now, but like if 10 scorpions show up, like what am I supposed to do? It doesn't feel like it would have been outrageously complicated to... Oh, really? Another fireball? Come on. To, like, code in that if you're fighting one of these tough enemies and, like, they just refuse to get in some stuff until they're dead or you've run away a certain amount of time or something. It is weird to see a samurai using a shield. I think that the Japanese had basically abandoned shield usage by the 1500s, which, admittedly Westerners had too, mostly. I think the Dutch tried to briefly reinstitute some sort of shield usage in emulation of the hoplites that they were studying at the time, but they abandoned it quickly. But the Japanese, I don't think they'd used shields in a long time by samurai days in like 1600s. Like late 14 to 1600, whenever the shogunate, Tokugawa shogunate began. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting so close. So close. Please. Yes! We did it! We did it, you guys. We made it. Rockin'. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Arindale and officially become a samurai. And then I am going to go back to Fargrove and conclude this video with the quest to take back Castle Fargrove from the forces of Captain Okata. And so I will cut to that and see you there, Castle Fargrove. Okay, so I am all samurai'd up, as you can see right here. I have the Elven Sword of Speed in one hand, and because I have the special skill of the samurai now, I can hold a light weapon in my left hand. And so I have a different attack set here. I feel finally, after many hours, actually like a samurai. And let me get a little bit more with that. And I'm not exactly sure... We're going to see how Inflict Wounds works. Here we go. But right now, the main human city, Fargrove, is being controlled by servants of the evil king guy, God, what's his face? Lord Barrowmore, that was it. And he has infiltrated the king's guard, and the king Lord Davenmore has been sent down into the dungeons and we have to go rescue his dumbass. Okay, there we go. We tried to warn him about Captain Okada, the evil infiltrator, but he just didn't care, so whatever. Okay. Strangely enough, we can still have a shield. So even with a bow, you can have a shield. With 2 weapons, you can still have a shield. It's just all shield all the time. Even though, as I mentioned, the use of the shield is kind of up in the air. Weirdly enough, you can't just kill these guys and go in and do the quest. You have to progress to a certain point in the quest. Oh, there we go. And now they will... Hey. Darn it. Okay, well, frustratingly, I realized that I had to go all the way back to Arindale and talk to Emmindor the wizard again, because I went and put the magical MacGuffin thing in the tower, which I did, but I didn't realize I need to go back and tell him that I did that, which seems kind of pointless and a waste of time. But maybe they're just trying to do it because of, like, they're trying to make sure that you have the right level in order to get to do this quest, and if you don't, you're gonna get torn to shreds and it's gonna suck, but still, it feels like a massive waste of time. Gee, look at these bats! Look at how many bats there are! Just in this town. Oh my god. I don't know why they're so hard to hit. It's not like they're that far up in the air. They're just right there. Come on. Come on, you stupid bat. You know what? Forget this. Okay, Captain Okada wants to see you. Yeah, I want to see him too. Okay. Hopefully the bats will despawn before I come back out. Oh no! It's Lord Barrowgrim's guards! He's here to kill me! And these are Barrowgrim Marauders, the tougher type. I don't know if I can tell whether I'm causing bleeding wounds that they continue to suffer from, or how exactly that works, or it automatically happens, I guess, whenever I try to hit someone, or something. Come on. When enemies turtle up like this, if you're just doing melee attacks, there's not much you can do, but I'm not sure what would happen if you went in guns blazing with magic. Maybe that would do something. Come on. Come on. Oh boy. That was a spell. Oh, and they've got bows, of course. Oh, there's some kind of warlock, I think. Archmage. Okay, that's not good. There we go. We dropped a bunch of books, though. That could be interesting. And apparently the summons stay around even after you've killed someone, which is a little odd. Usually I like it when they just disappear, but whatever, I guess. I'm sorry about all the click sounds, by the way, of the keyboard. I didn't realize how obnoxious that would be. I truly apologize for that. I know it bothers some people. Come on, come on. Without the weapons bouncing off the shield, it feels so weird when someone hits it, you know? It's just like nothing... There needs to be some kind of response when the shield is hit, but, you know, that's fine. There we go. Okay. Now, where is Captain Okada? I think the dungeon is down here. And we need to go kill Okada, and then we get the dungeon key, I believe. If I remember right. Come on. There we go. Seem to be taking these guys down pretty easily. Don't know if I need to go into the tower there. Or at least at the moment. I think the other door is where the dungeon is, and this leads to Okada, I think. In just a matter of a few hours, I've gone from being comparatively weak and kind of slow and not doing such a great job in fairly trivial battles to now just tearing people to shreds as soon as I come across them, which is pretty nice. I think Okada is in that central room over there. Maybe. Hope he's not in a room with like 50 soldiers, though. That would suck. Come on. You kind of get locked into the animation when you do these two strikes there. If you hit it enough, and that can be a little bit difficult because enemies are moving so quickly they may just move out of the range of your double attack. Come on. Yeah, like that little thing. I think I talked about it in my Neverwinter Nights video of like the weird two-handed, like when they dual wield and they attack with this almost like hedge clipper motion. I don't know why that is in this too. Come on. There we go. Can I open this? Yes, I can. And, ooh, there we go. I think the king later on says something about, like, take whatever you want from my castle to aid you or something, you know, so I'm justified in doing this, I think. Probably. And nothing here. Okay. Oh, no. Whoa. Almost missed this. Now, let's see here. Let's see. 3, 2, 1, I think. Two, 1. There we go. I got a pair of pants. Okay. Just stealing people's pants here. All right. Okay. There he is, somewhere. And he does have a horde of soldiers with him, as I suspect. Oh, come on! Lord Davenmore is weak and unfit to rule. I think Lord Barrowgrim, by the way, I was surprised and disappointed to find out is actually a dwarf, so they made the dwarf the bad guy, which is, you know, I guess that's fine. Gotta be some evil dwarves out there, but made the elves and the humans the good guys here, and they're I don't think there were, aside from the arms of Argus, Blacksmith, and Lord Barrowgrim, the main evil guy, or one of the main evil guys. I don't know if there are any other dwarves in the entire game. I don't remember any. There we go. Wow, that was significantly easier this time around than it was in my first playthrough. Okay, do I have enough to level this? 59 grand. Might hold off on that for a little bit. What about this? Well, these are all level 7s. Maybe I should level this up a little bit. Level 6. 1% though. That looks like I would need to get up to level 7 in order to do it, which is a lot. I just don't have enough right now. Come on. Well, one good thing about the game is the economy is actually pretty good. I don't think I've ever really, at any point, run out of, felt like I was hurting for cash. Honestly, it may be a little bit broken the other way, where you end up having way more money than you genuinely need. Like, I haven't been going out of my way to collect money, and I already have like 31,000 gold pieces there. Okay, I think the dungeon is down here, if I remember correctly. And there is a troll down here who is very dangerous, but we'll take care of him. I think they actually call them ogre trolls. So is it a troll? Is it an ogre? What is it? Okay. Come on. And, ooh, there are actually 2. I didn't know that. Oh, and there's spellcasters in there. But I can funnel them into this small area. That's nice. I think the mages... I want the mages to cast because they'll actually hit their own guys there, but they don't seem to be doing that. The AI is not spectacular, but whatever. What are you going to do? I had a ton of fun playing this game, to be honest. I thought it was a fantastic experience because of, you know, just... I was actually struggling for a while to get into an RPG for maybe a month or so, like really just sink my teeth into one for a while, but I'm so glad that I was able to get into Dungeon Lords. I was worried it was going to bore me like a bunch of other RPGs were, but I was immediately grabbed by this one and able to get into it, and I think it was probably because of partially the simplicity of the story, you know, like the evil wizard and summoning demons and everything. The action combat that was addictive, and it wasn't as like technically complex as, you know, a party-based RPG usually is, and it had about the right level of difficulty. You know, it wasn't incredibly easy, but it wasn't brutally difficult either, and I only needed to look up a couple of things here and there to figure out what to do or where to go. And come on. The combat and the character progression offered enough variety for me that I was... Oop, I'm knocked to the ground. That I was able to enjoy myself. Enough where it's sort of like this... I called it looter stabber before, but that's not exactly it. This a little bit of mixture of Diablo, a little bit of Dark Soulsian action RPG in there. A little bit of the good old-fashioned wizardry style. And I think this was actually this D.W. Bradley's last game, at least one that wasn't some iteration of Dungeon Lords that was released at various points, like on Steam. And I saw before that like the 2012 edition may have been different from the Steam edition or something, but I'm not... So there's like 3 or 4 versions of the game out there. But whatever. Ow. I think if I was fighting both of these guys with like one of them on either side, this would be a lot more challenging than it is, but this small door here is really working in my favor. So if you want to give this game a try, it is available for not... At least when I bought it, it wasn't all that expensive on eBay to get the collector's edition. And the Steam edition is about $15 if it's not on sale, but I can't really remember seeing it on sale, to be honest. I wonder if it even goes on sale. I hope it does. But if it does, I may get it and play it, stream it, and record a video of it for you guys just to see how it feels compared to this one. They do seem to, like, in the Steam version, of modernize the interface, so you can just, like, have hotkeys to use all of your potions and spells and everything, so you don't actually have to pause the game and go into a menu. And come to think of it, now, you know, because the game is so centrally based on pausing the game when you go into a menu, how does that work in the original version, the collector's version, I mean, in multiplayer? Does your game pause too when you play it, when you go into the menu, or... Oh, the troll just killed that guy. Nice. Come on. Got him. Come here, Barrowgrim wizard. Or maybe it's just you played in fully in real time then if you're playing multiplayer? I don't know. I don't know what this is down here, by the way. This is like... I don't think this is unlocked by our key. It's the item required. I don't know what this is. I have no idea where this goes. I never found out in the last game either. So maybe there's a key hidden somewhere we can get in there, or... I don't know. Okay, let's let these guys out. Captain O'Connor turned against us. Yeah, I know. You must find Lord Davonmore. He's right over here. He's in his own dungeon, which is always humiliating. Help us! Release me at once! Whoa, my house is a hive of traitors. Captain Okada betrayed us all, a spy for Lord Barrowbrim. If not for your valor, the battle would have already been lost. I pray you come with promising news. Tell me, have you found my daughter? Nope. By the gods, is there no end to my torment? My daughter must be found. Whatever treasure is in my house, take it. It is yours. Go now, travel to the ends of the earth if you must, but bring back my Elowin. I seek Valdane. Valdane, my house is full of enemies. Everywhere am I betrayed. Should you hear of any news of him, bring it to me at once. Okay. Be upon your quest now and find my daughter. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. I'm not the one that's literally in my own dungeon. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Don't you worry about that. Oh boy. So I'm gonna take one more quick look for that vampire mansion in town. If it's out there. I found a map of it online, but it didn't tell me where to go to actually get to the mansion, just the map of the inside of the mansion. So, we salute you, noble hero. I was able to tear through that. That was kind of, I thought that was going to be a lot more challenging than it was. Let's see. She said it was in the south. Hey, there she is. Okay, it's on the south side of Fargrove. A nice old wealthy couple live there. You can't miss it. Okay, well this is... there's only two sides of Fargrove, I think. So I don't know quite what she means by that. But I'm going to go take a look. So yeah, I've had an excellent time playing this game. It does start off like the wizardry games, a little bit more challenging than perhaps most people are accustomed to. You know, it doesn't have that... It has a pretty steep difficulty curve at the start, but after a while it gets much easier. The combat is very addictive, the looting is enjoyable, the character progression is interesting and varied, and you can go a bunch of different directions with it, along with various types of... there's an in-depth magic system that you can use along various paths that it can provide a lot of interest to your character. There are a bunch of different weapon types to make combat a little bit more exciting. There are a lot of cool items and armor sets to collect. The story is simplistic but engaging. The world building is very good. The monster design is actually by Chris Appel, who is the same person that designed the monsters. Was sort of the graphics wizard in Wizardry 6 and 7, so he also did the one for this, which is interesting. Let's see, do you guys know of anything about Custard Mansion by any chance? No, I guess not. And, yeah, I feel so stupid for avoiding this game, Frybone, for so long. Hello? Whoa, hey. Excuse me. Don't know who this is. That guy didn't look like a vampire to me, but whatever. Let's rob him now that we killed him. Might as well. So there's a lot of interesting monster design, especially later. Ooh, I got a ring. Especially later on in the game. I think this does like frost touch or something. Yeah, freezing touch. And ice resistance there. That's good. Okay. So later on, there are a bunch of cool monster designs that I really enjoyed. Okay, door plane, door, and I think this is like maybe the Thieves Guild type guys. Where is Custard Mansion? Let me in. Not a chance, you idiot. What's the secret password? When I get lost, dolt. He looks like a unsavory character to me. So, oops, snakes in the town. So I really enjoyed the experience. It wasn't an overly long game. There was only one point, that Shadow Temple I talked about, that was really like an obnoxious part of the game. I wonder if it's technically outside of the town, because this is the south gate of the town where we get into the next area, I think. Arms of Argus is the name of... wasn't Arms of Argus the name of the thing in Wizardry 7 in the main town? I think it was. I mean, none of this really feels like the south side of town. How do you get... I guess this is kind of technically south. But, I do remember that there is... somebody chained up an ogre out here in the town, and I think you can attack it and it runs on a rampage, but I don't think this has anything to do with Custard Mansion, as far as I know. Welp. Don't really see it. If I were a vampire, where would I live? Door. Maybe it's down this way. No, it's the House of the Tiger down here. Could it be behind it? No, it doesn't look like it. I do get a sense of pleasure killing basic enemies when you're much stronger because you're just so overpowered. I think it's fun to do that. I think up here, yeah, that's the, whatchamahoos it. Oh, I can show you the fast travel system now, at least. And here it is, the Moon Bridge, and we can go to Arindale, I think. Yes, we can. We can just teleport there if we want, so that's nice. So I do not know where this vampire lady and her mansion is. I'm sure it's somewhere. I'm just missing it. Maybe it's like a little ways out of town, even though they said she's hiding in Fargrove itself. Maybe they meant like in the environs around Fargrove or something. Maybe. But wherever it happens to be, I cannot discover it, so I think I am just going to call it a video here. So let me know what you think of Dungeon Lords, what you think it looks like, if you've played it before, if you think it looks like an interesting... and yeah, if you've played any of other D.W. Bradley games, let me know that. And yeah, thank you very much, and have a good night.